Chapter 1066, Great Master, Come in and Play. Chapter 1066, Great Master, Come in and Play. 3 days later, the remaining powers of the black armored warrior and the heavenly families were all slaughtered. Long Fei leveled up one more level, entering the 6th level of Immortal Ascension. On the 4th day, below Savage City, Long Fei and the rest of the 6 left. Li Yuanba said excitedly, "Boss, are we going back to the Nantian region?" Arhut also said excitedly, "I haven't gone back for many years. I wonder how Nantian region is doing now." "Boss, are we going back?" Lin Yuxing could not help but ask. Towards the Nantian region, they missed him dearly. They all want to go back earlier. Long Fei slightly said, "After we finish this matter, we will return to the Nantian region. It's not time yet." He had to obtain the Dragon's Tail Tomb, which was one of the Open Dragon Domain's conditions. Moreover, Long Zhanting had said before that when Open Dragon Domain returned to the Nantian region, he wanted Long Fei to find all the conditions within the Open Dragon Domain before being able to enter it. Tian Xing said slightly, "Long Fei, for heaven to escape, will he make a move against the people from Nantian region?" Long Fei said, "No, they are even more anxious than I am. I am the only one who is able to enter Open Dragon Domain, and before the Open Dragon Domain comes, they will be fine." This was only Long Fei's guess. As for the specifics, he was worried. No matter what. First, he found the tomb with the dragon's tail. The 6 of them headed deeper into the desert. Long Fei used his full moon wheel to fly, and like that, he flew for 3 whole days. Long Fei stood at the top and looked at the center of the earth. In a place shrouded in black mist, Long Fei took out the Dragon's Tail Tomb diagram and muttered, "There, it should be the Dragon's Tail Tomb." At this moment, Tianxin's gaze darkened and he said, "Long Fei, below. Below us is the desolate abyss, which is also where the Savage Domain's treasure teleportation door is located." Transmission gate? A transmission gate that was linked to another realm? When Long Fei was at Savage City, he had always thought of destroying this transmission gate. After all, it was a threat to the gods' martial continent. Once the transmission gate was occupied by the outer space powerhouse, through its wanton attacks, the gods' martial continent would not be able to resist at all. Other than this, Long Fei was also thinking about another matter. He entered the transmission gate to see if it was connected to the Chaos Realm or some other plane. Long Fei shouted and said, "Let's go down." Shwa! The full moon wheel moved and flew down with a swoosh. From high up in the sky, it looked like a mass of black fog, but in reality, it was a gigantic abyss. The abyss was extremely deep, as though it was connected to hell. Li Yuanba said, "Boss, this place is very dangerous. You must not go near that door. There is an extremely powerful force inside that door, and once you get near it, you will be sucked in." Li Yuanba revealed a look of fear. He was the Li Yuanba who was unafraid of the heavens and the earth. But now there was a trace of fear in his eyes. It could be seen how terrifying the life forms of the transmission gate were. Long Fei replied, "Imagem." He had always been curious about the portal. Was it really linked to the Chaos Realm? What kind of world was the Chaos Realm? Were they all purple light bosses? So excited. Long Fei was inexplicably excited. After half an hour of flying, the 6 of them landed. At this moment, dozens of black armored warriors rushed over, including the 4 clan elders of Tian family. "Who dares to trespass into this forbidden area? Take him down." Tian Xing immediately came forward. "4 elders, it's me. I have urgent matters to attend to." "Heavenly Star?" An elder frowned at him and asked, "What urgent matter do you have to take care of?" Long Fei looked at the walls of the surrounding abyss, which had been engraved with all kinds of strange runes. These runes were very strange to others, but to Long Fei they were very familiar. A rune from the Dragon Clan. Long Fei secretly asked in his heart, "Azure Dragon, is it here?" The green dragon ancestor replied. It's here, these runes are the dragon clan's language. The dragon tail tomb is buried here, it's just that. Long Fei asked. Just what? Green dragon ancestor asked. Just how did the Yuan Long manage to do that in the past, and how did it end up here? Was coincidentally with the transmission gate? Could it be that he already thought of that? The great prophecy technique. Could it predict what would happen 6 million years later? Isn't this way too powerful? Even the green dragon ancestor found it unbelievable. At this moment, one of the clan elders stared at Long Fei and bellowed, "Kid, what are you looking at? Then I'll dig out your eyes." Long Fei slightly raised his eyes and coldly said one word, "Kill!" Boom! Li Yuanba's body trembled. He took a step forward, and instantly grabbed onto the neck of the man who just spoke, raised him up in the air, and fiercely smashed him onto the ground. Rumble! The ground cracked and the old man coughed out a mouthful of blood. Li Yuanba stared at him like a lantern and asked, "Whose eyes are you digging?" It was extremely valiant. That elder was so scared that his whole body trembled. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Li Yuanba's fist had smashed down and directly smashed his head apart. Ding! Congratulations, player! The system sounded out. Long Fei gained experience. It was also at this moment that the 4 great King Kongs suddenly took action. They massacred in a frenzy, just like tigers rushing into a flock of sheep. The entire deep valley turned silent in a short 3 minutes. All killed. Towards his enemies, Long Fei would never be merciful. Long Fei said to the green dragon ancestor, "You go look for the door to the dragon tail tomb, I will go take a look at this transmission gate." Transmission gate. There was a giant stone door in the blink of an eye. On the stone door, there were carvings of all sorts of vicious demons and vicious beasts. There was a stream of 7-colored light within the stone door, flickering with a fluorescent light. A light call came from inside, making people want to step forward. Long Fei walked towards the stone door. Voices kept ringing in his mind. "Come in, come in, come in." Just like the courtesans of ancient times, the bewitching ladies in the courtyard constantly waved their handkerchiefs towards the pedestrians on the street. "Uncle, come in and play." "Great sir, I will make you happy." "Uncle." Such a voice was full of temptation. Moreover, at the same time this voice came out, the goddess tear in Long Fei's space ring started to tremble all of a sudden. It was very strange. It was as if the world within the sect belonged to it. "Come in. Come in." Long Fei was captivated. He walked forward step by step, as though he was unable to control his body. "Boss! Boss! Long Fei!" The 5 people started shouting at Long Fei. Li Yuanba immediately hugged him and shouted, "Boss, wake up, boss!" Long Fei's body continued to move forward. Step by step, they arrived in front of the portal. The voice from inside the door was still ringing. "Come in. Come in." It was as if it could captivate a person's soul. At this moment, Long Fei was 1 step away from entering the transmission gate. Chapter 1067 Dragon Warrior. Chapter 1067 Dragon Warrior. It was as if he was possessed. His spiritual will was completely controlled. "Boss! Boss!" The 4 great King Kong shouted loudly. Long Fei remained indifferent. He had completely lost his will now, and the closer he got to the transmission gate, the more he was unable to extricate himself, and traces of energy linked his body, crazily pulling him into the transmission gate. At this moment, Long Fei took a step forward. He leaned his body forward, his nose entering the transmission gate S, his eyes entering the transmission gate S, half of his body entering the transmission gate F. At this moment, as if stimulated by some kind of strong power, Yan Huang ancestor who was deep inside the pubes suddenly woke up. A stream of power rushed out and exploded on Long Fei's mind. Rumble! Long Fei's heart sank and instantly became clear. "Ancestor." Yan Huang ancestor said solemnly. Brat, don't you dare move recklessly, this place is too dangerous. Chaos. Chaos, like a special space entering two planes, would constantly collide with the laws of this plane. If one was not careful, they would be annihilated. Moreover, on the other side, Long Fei saw another world. A world glowing with purple light. Bosses, they're all bosses, F***ck. Long Fei's blood began to boil and he asked, Ancestor, is there any way to go? Yan Huang Ancestor asked, have you gone mad or have you gone stupid? How are you going to get out of here? Are you still thinking about how to get out? Long Fei grinned, his heart itching. Looking at a special valley in the world across his path, all of the bosses in the valley flashed with a purple light. It was really too deadly. To Long Fei, this was a fatal temptation. Long Fei was excited in his heart. This is the Chaos Realm? This is too exciting. Yan Huang Ancestor said, be careful, listen to my orders, and protect your own heart. Although Long Fei wanted to rush over, he still did as he was told. His mind sank and his sea of consciousness steadied. Buzz. The incomparably strong power of the Yan Huang Ancestor enveloped Long Fei's entire body, and with a fierce push, he instantly returned to the deep canyon, following closely behind. A surge of Yan Huang Ancestor's power froze the transmission gate and said, don't look at the transmission gate, don't lose your heart. Boss! The four King Kong immediately surrounded him. Long Fei waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Yan Huang Ancestor disdainfully said, something happened to you almost. If you had completely entered the transmission gate's body, you probably wouldn't have been able to come back. If not for a surge of energy awakening Yan Huang Ancestor, Long Fei would have already entered the teleportation circle. The four King Kong could not pull him back at all. Long Fei scratched his head and asked in his heart, Ancestor, is there a way to go in? What was inside? It was a group of BOS, and they were all purple-colored bosses. If the purple mist was so thick that it could overturn the sky, what would happen if it were the real face? When Long Fei thought about that scene just now, his heart started to thump loudly. He really wanted to blow them over. The Yan Huang Ancestor said, your body can't withstand it any longer. If you enter, you will be crushed by the chaotic laws. Do you think there's such an easy way in? If you want to enter, you need to have someone to lead the way, otherwise you won't be able to avoid the law. Long Fei immediately giggled. Ancestor, you are a super powerhouse of the Chaos Realm, you must have a way, right? How is it? Can you help me enter this place once? Long Fei really wanted to go in. He was just a madman who wanted the boss to lose its life. Facing against the supreme powerhouse of Gu Tongtian, Heaven, and the Western Devil Lord, Long Fei's strength clearly didn't match up to his heart. Even if he practiced a lot of cultivation techniques, the damage he caused wasn't that great. He needed superhuman strength, the strongest firepower. It required a truly destructive power to instantly kill all the powerhouse in the flying fairyland. 1 billion HP? Instant kill. 5 billion was just as much as an instant kill. The Chaos Realm must have this kind of power, maybe those bosses could drop it. Yan Huang Ancestor said, you want to go crazy, I don't want to go mad. I said it very clearly just now, your body can't withstand the crushing pressure of the ancient code's turbulence. Brat, it's better for you to find the Dragon Tail tomb now. Don't think about anything else. The Yan Huang Ancestor said. Actually, he wanted to enter the Chaos Realm even more than Long Fei. Because the Chaos Realm was his world. That familiar aura and familiar power made him extremely excited. However, Yan Huang Ancestor was clear that he could not enter yet. Even if he did, he would not be able to stay in Chaos Realm. Long Fei's current cultivation was still lacking a little. If a person wanted to break through to the next realm, then even if he entered a new plane, his cultivation level and strength would all be restricted. He would be like a piece of trash if he didn't suffer the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. He had to undergo the baptism of heavenly tribulation. Only then would they be able to fully integrate into the new world. Long Fei muttered, "Too boring. Patriarch. What you mean is, as long as I have a strong body, a body that can withstand the flow of laws and can enter the chaos realm?" Long Fei thought of something and said excitedly. Yan Huang ancestor also said, "That's right, do you have a powerful physical body? Your body is only at the 5th level, you won't be able to take it." Long Fei said, "Is it because my body can withstand the flow of the ancient code and you're going to bring me in?" Yan Huang ancestor thought Long Fei was provoking him and immediately said, "Yes, brat, can you do it?" Long Fei stopped talking with Yan Huang ancestor and asked him, "Have you found it?" Green Dragon ancestor said, "Found it. It's right in front of the transmission gate. The entrance is on the dragon mark." Long Fei immediately took large strides forward, his heart becoming excited, and he thought to himself, "It's true that my body is unable to withstand the ancient code's turbulence, but as long as we fuse the dragon tail of the Yuan Long, its body will be able to withstand the chaotic laws." Ha ha ha! What kind of person was the Yuan Long? Divinity! In a plane of a higher level than the Chaos Realm, his body could naturally withstand the chaotic laws of the Chaos Realm and enter the Chaos Realm. For the sake of the group of bosses, Long Fei was going all out. The 4 Great King Kong and the Heavenly Star Realm followed behind Long Fei. Looking at the gigantic dragon roar on the wall, Long Fei dropped a drop of his blood essence. He absorbed the blood essence. Buzz! The seal twisted and the door suddenly opened. Long Fei said, "Yuan Ba, Sky Spirit, the 2 of you follow me in. Arhat, Lin Yuxing, the 2 of you stay here. If the dragon seal is still locked and we have not come out, then you 2 should go to Nantian region." Finished. Long Fei took a step forward. Li Yuanba and the Holy Spirit contraction quickly followed. Boom! Long Fei and the other 2 landed on a cliff. In the distance there was a coffin, and that was the Yuan Long's tail. All of them were dragon soldiers. Dragon warrior. Chapter 1068 Demonic Dragon. Chapter 1068 Demonic Dragon. Dragon warrior. They were all statues, as though they had been petrified by some sort of power. The entire space of the tomb was filled with the warrior dragon. Floating in the 4 corners were 4 super dragon warriors. Their shapes were very strange, like dragons and humans. It was just like a warrior dragon who had been possessed. They were guarding the tomb with the dragon's tail. Li Yuanba and Tian Ling were both dumbstruck and muttered, "Damn, what kind of world is this?" This was the first time the 2 of them had entered the dragon's tomb, and was incomparably shocked by everything that happened before their eyes. Even though Long Fei had entered the dragon's head, Dragon Body Tomb was still shocked. He wanted to be even more vicious than the previous 2 places. The heavenly spirit warned, "Be careful, these dragon warriors might be alive." He could feel that Long Fei and the others were not able to sense anything. These dragon warriors were flowing with spirit energy. It was clear that they were alive. Long Fei also had a premonition that these dragon warriors were alive. But he jumped down. Boom! He directly landed in the middle of the group of warrior dragons and said with a sunken voice, "Since you all are the guardians of the tomb with the dragon's tail, then wake up all of you. If you don't want to, then do it." With so many dragon warrior, how much experience did he have? Moreover, Long Fei didn't have the leisure to kill them one by one. Right now, he wanted to fuse with the Yuan Long's tail earlier and use the power of the Yuan Long's body to enter the Chaos Realm. He was going to kill the purple light boss. When Long Fei landed, a ray of light shot out from the ground, which immediately changed into the dim light of the dragon tail tomb, shining brilliantly, as though it was alive. Dragon warrior after dragon warrior was activated. As the petrification force receding, the dragon scale battle armor was revealed and a vigorous aura was continuously released. The entire space had turned into a killing field. Li Yuanba and the heavenly spirit also instantly jumped down, standing on the left and right side of Long Fei. Boom! Long Warrior's footsteps suddenly shook, and everyone stared at Long Fei. Long Fei's voice sunk as he shouted loudly, "Do you know who this daddy is? I am the reincarnation of the Yuan Long, the leader of you all." Not waiting for him to finish, a dragon warrior rushed over. The dense dragon energy exploded out, forming a powerful shockwave that struck Xiang Longfei. Li Yuanba's body moved, and the stone coffin on his back suddenly dropped. When he was in front of Long Fei, his eyes turned sinister as he shouted, "Master Titan!" Buzz! The giant spirit coffin released a buzzing sound. After that, the gold armor flew out and wrapped around Li Yuanba's body. Gold boots, wrist guard, helmet. The last item was the giant spirit axe. Li Yuanba's entire body seemed to transform and immediately became a Titan spirit warlord. The giant axe in his hand suddenly swept out. Staring at the incoming dragon warrior, he shouted, "Injure my boss? Get down." The axe hacked down. Crash! The giant spirit axe slashed open the void, and with a chi-la sound, that dragon warrior was instantly flipped over and heavily knelt on the ground, never to get up again. Instant kill. It was so sharp that it was a complete mess. Long Fei was dumbfounded. He said, "Damn awesome." The heavenly spirit also shook violently, saying, "Yuan Ba, you're too fierce. Isn't this the power that boss gave you?" Li Yuanba said naively, "This is still nothing, it's just an elementary fusion. Master said that as long as I can completely activate all of the blood veins power, then I can become a super warlord of the giant spirit god race." The heavenly spirit let out a look of disdain and said, "Are you still letting me live? That's nothing?" The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Dragon Warrior 4, obtaining 20,000 experience, 10,000 power of celestial points, and 1 energy values. Good experience. Kill them all. The corner of Long Fei's mouth lifted, and the dragon salure in his hands dropped as he said, "Kill them all for me." Once the dragon salure appeared, the entire space shook, and the 4 demonic dragons in the 4 corners slowly began to loosen their petrification. Li Yuanba took a big step forward as the giant axe in his hand swept out in a berserk manner. The divinities flew in the air, seizing the opportunity to kill in an instant. Sky Tyrant Strike. Rumble. Instantly sending a wave of dragon warrior flying, the dragon salure moved and arrogantly rose. Facing these warrior dragons that dealt 500% super damage, the power of dragon slaying was completely released, causing large amounts of damage numbers to float up. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Dragon Warrior 4, obtaining 20,000 experience, 10,000 power of celestial points, 1 energy values. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Dragon Warrior 4, obtaining 20,000 experience, 10,000 power of celestial points, 1 energy values. The system beep s echoed crazily. The experience bar was also surging crazily. Upgrading 1 required over 2 billion experience, and 1 or 2 million experience could be raised by 1,000 Dragon Warrior s. 1 hour later, in the vast tomb space, more than 800 Dragon Warrior were killed. Right now there were only 4 Super Dragon Demons left. In 4 corners, the 4 Super Dragon Warrior s that were surrounded by devil flames had awakened. Ah ha ha. Wahahaha. We're finally free. It's been more than 6 million years. We're finally free. A dragon demon laughed deeply, stared at Long Fei who was in the center of the field, and said with a smirk of contempt, "Brat, seeing that you've killed all these dragon warrior, I'll spare your life, get out of here. This kid really has some skill. The 2 people beside you are also not bad, to be able to kill so many dragon warriors. Big brother, did you forget what he said just now? He is the reincarnation of the Yuan Long. The 4 dragon demons began to discuss amongst themselves. Upon hearing the words the reincarnation of the Yuan Long, the eyes of the dragon demon in the lead tightened, and his huge body suddenly moved, instantly flying out. Shua! It was too fast. It instantly appeared in front of Long Fei, not giving Li Yuanba and the Sky Spirit time to react. The dragon demon looked down from above. His 2 eyes stared straight at Long Fei and said with a cold voice, "You are the reincarnation of Yuan Long?" Long Fei's mouth hooked up, his eyes slightly raised, and said, "No." The dragon laughed loudly. Without waiting for him to finish laughing, Long Fei arrogantly said, "I disdain the reincarnation of Yuan Long. I am me, an existence that surpasses anything. He'll be trampled to death by me too." As soon as he finished, the dragon salyer in Long Fei's hand moved, and black flames surged on the dragon salyer. Dark dragon god slash. The saber slashed down. Evil dragon was angered. He snorted and said, "With such strength, you think you are above anything? What a joke!" With a grab at the air, a large blade appeared in the dragon demon's hand. With a sweep of the large blade, it directly blocked Long Fei's dark dragon god chop. It was easily blocked. What a powerful stroke! Chapter 1069 Sky Tyrant Dragon Blood. Chapter 1069 Sky Tyrant Dragon Blood Demonic Dragon. The dragon ancestor, whose dragon race had fallen to the Devil Dao. They possessed incomparable power. Their hearts were eaten away by magic. Back then, they were suppressed here by the Yuan Long, and after more than 6 million years of being in the seal, they became the people who guarded his tombs. In these 6 million years, their anger and resentment had accumulated to the point of almost exploding. The dragon demon blocked Long Fei's dark dragon stomp with one move. An incomparably powerful existence. Long Fei felt the strong power of the dragon demon's body. His arm went numb, as if his entire arm was about to be dislocated. "Kid! Arrogant in front of me? This is what happens to you," Dragon Demon said with contempt. He stared at Long Fei as if he was staring at an ant, completely not putting him in his eyes. Despicable! More than 6 million years of accumulated anger and resentment would only make him stronger. Long Fei took a heavy step back. Seeing the incomparably huge dragon demon, and the 3 surrounding dragon demons from the other 3 corners, Long Fei curled his lips and said, "You're being arrogant with me?" The dragon demon sneered and said, "You are just an ant. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. Motherf ****. If you dare be so arrogant with my boss, I'll kill you." Li Yuanba roared. He picked up the giant spirit axe and was about to charge forward. Long Fei instantly shouted, "Yuanba, come back here." Li Yuanba stopped and scratched his head. "Boss, this guy is too arrogant. I can't stand to see people acting so arrogantly in front of you. Give me a minute, I will definitely kill him." A minute? In terms of strength, Li Yuanba was never afraid of anyone. However, not only is the dragon demon extremely powerful, but he also possesses the power of the dragon race. Long Fei laughed. "You don't need to do it. Hey! You 4 dragon demons are very powerful, aren't you?" Long Fei laughed, looking at the 4 dragons surrounding them. The leading dragon demon disdainfully said, "The word powerful is not enough to describe our strength. In this world we are kings." "Rub! What an arrogant tone," Long Fei said. "Then I'll let you all see what the king's world is like. Black Dragon Ancestor, come out. Green Dragon Ancestor, come out. Sea Dragon King, come out." All 46 dragon patriarchs rushed out of Long Fei's body with incomparable savagery. The draconic beast was stupefied. The 4 dragon demons were completely stupefied. They never thought that Long Fei would be able to summon so many dragon ancestors, each more savage than the last, and even pretentiously call them kings. Now, they were simply idiots. Long Fei laughed. "Who is the king now?" The dragon demon stared at Long Fei. Didn't you say you are the reincarnation of a Yuan Long? If you weren't the reincarnation of Yuan Long, how would you be able to awaken these dragon ancestral spirits? You are a liar. Long Fei's small hand moved slightly and said coldly, Kill, trample them to death. Acting tough with your father? This is the result. If it was possible to not make a move, then Long Fei did not want to make a move. Stop fighting, I was wrong. You are the king. Terrible screams rang unceasingly, and in the short span of half a minute, a dragon demon was ravaged to death. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Dragon Demon, for obtaining 20,000 experience, 100,000 power of celestial points, and 1 energy values point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Mighty Heavenly Tyrant Dragon Power X1 Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for subdued Dragon Demon. The Dragon Demon has returned to its position. The 4th level of the 18th level of Hell flashed with light. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for gaining 100,000 experience points when opening the 4th level of the 18th level of Hell. The power of Celestial is worth 10,000 points, while the points are worth 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for getting 20,000 experience points for slaying Dragon Demon, 100,000 points for killing Power of Celestial, 1 ability point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Sky Upholding Tyrannosaurus Dragon Strength, 2. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for defeating Dragon Demon. The 5th level of the 18th level of Hell has been opened. The system kept beeping. 4 draconic demons, 4 levels of Hell. The strength of 4 Sky Upholding Tyrannosaurus dragons. In just a few minutes, all of them were put back into place. 4 dragon demons overseeing the 18 levels of Hell. The instant they entered the 18 levels of Hell, they felt that they were not dead yet. When they simultaneously discovered that the owner of this hell was Long Fei, their hearts shook, and they no longer dared to act arrogantly. All of them knelt down on one knee. Boss, Long Fei said, cultivate obediently, you will have to come up later. At this moment, Long Fei looked at the 4 lines of power of the Sky Tyrant Dragon, 4 drops of blood essence, and was slightly excited in his heart, because this was something from the 3rd floor of the Open Dragon Domain's heart. Huff! Long Fei let out a heavy breath and said, Fusion! The 4 drops of blood essence began to fuse together. A few seconds later. Ding! System notification. The fusion was unsuccessful, blood essence is lacking. Huh! Long Fei was startled and thought, how could 4 drops of blood essence be insufficient to fuse with the Sky Tyrant Dragon's blood essence? Don't tell me you also need the Tyrannical Dragon's blood essence? Holy sh*t. Where do you think I should go find the Tyrant WRM's blood essence? Long Fei was puzzled. The heart of the Dragon Domain was a very important thing. He was one of the essential items of the Open Dragon Domain. If he could not open it all, he would definitely not be able to open it. Sky Tyrant Dragon? He had never heard of this kind of dragon before. If he could find 4 drops of Tyrannical Dragon blood essence, that would already be a blessing from the heavens, but it wasn't enough? Long Fei's idea sunk and asked, where did the Sky Tyrant Dragon blood essence come from? Dragon Demon at the 4th level immediately replied, reporting to boss, all 4 of us possess the blood vein of the Sky Tyrant Dragon ancestor, but none of us are pure. Other than the 4 of you, are there any other dragon race members who possess a Sky Tyrant Dragon blood vein? Long Fei asked again. The Dragon Demon shook his head. I don't think so. It's extremely easy for people who have this kind of blood vein to fall into the demonic Tao, with the dragon race entering the gods' martial continent from the divinity. It seems like only the 4 of us have a Sky Tyrant Dragon blood vein. More than that. There's one more, but he seems to be dead. Another dragon said. F***ck. Then, will my dragon domain's heart not open? Long Fei's heart sank. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Do dragons still have Tyrannosaurus Rex? Suddenly, a familiar face appeared in Long Fei's mind. Grandpa. Crazy Long. He activated the dragon blood vein in his body and evolved into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Could it be that he possessed the fifth heavenly tyrant dragon blood in his body? This was the only possibility. Long Fei tightly clenched his fists. He felt even more that the secrets of the Dragon Clan and Long family were about to be unraveled. He had to return to the Nantian region as soon as possible. And then, Long Fei looked at the coffin in front of him and laughed. Now is the time to fuse with the Yuan Long's tail. Chapter 1070 Yuan Long Holy Body. Chapter 1070 Yuan Long Holy Body. Long Fei walked in front of the coffin. At this moment, in Long Fei's sea of consciousness, the dragon's head was trembling slightly. As long as no accidents happened, Long Fei could be considered to have the true body of a Yuan Long after fusing with his dragon tail, and the remaining claws were buried in the dragon domain. Yuan Long had wanted to possess Long Fei's body. However, who would have thought that this Long Fei was actually not the Long Fei in his great prophecy technique? Not only did he fail to possess another body, he had even become a part of Long Fei. During this period of time, he had been suppressing the power of the dragon head, so even if Long Fei used it, he wouldn't be able to bring out any power of Yuan Long. Opening the white sarcophagus, a huge, lifelike dragon tail was placed there. Long Fei did not rush to fuse with it. Instead, the idea entered his sea of consciousness and asked Yuan Long head, "Yuan Long, do you still want to resist?" The dragon's head floated above his consciousness, and its voice carried anger. "Long Fei, everything that you possess is mine, and all of them are mine. Oh, since it's yours, then take them all away now. See if they listen to you or not." Long Fei was filled with confidence. Fusing with the dragon tail was crucial. At this critical moment, Long Fei could not afford to make any mistake. At this time, the best way was to ruthlessly attack the power of Yuan Long that was hidden in his body. While they were talking, Long Fei moved and shouted to the 46 dragon heads, "Who is your boss?" "You," everyone said in unison. Long Fei said, "What's my name?" All the dragons shouted, "Long Fei." Long Fei smiled and said, "Yuan Long, did you hear that? Your time has passed and now is the time that I control. You have already lost." The Yuan Long was unconvinced and said, "Long Fei, don't be complacent, so what if you become the Dragon Clan's leader? Can you lead the dragon race to escape this tribulation?" "You will die too." Long Fei laughed. "This is the biggest difference between you and me. Why would we avoid disaster? A calamity had arrived. This father wants to take care of him." "Hide. I never thought of it." The Yuan Long's heart trembled. At this moment, Long Fei suddenly grabbed onto the dragon's tail, causing the idea to move, merge, swallow. Buzz! Buzz! The power in his heart burst out, releasing a powerful rumbling sound, and the devouring vein also started to surge. In that instant, Long Fei sat cross-legged and crazily combined the power of his dragon tail. In the past, he had to rely on the dragon elder to help him devour it. Now, with the devouring vein, Long Fei did not need any external force to completely devour the power of the dragon's tail. Strands of power flowed into his body and into his sea of consciousness. In his subconscious, the Yuan Long continued to roar, my strength, this is my strength." However, he completely ignored them. The Yuan Long was like a pitiful worm. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The third hour. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully fusing with Yuan Long Tail. Once the system beep fell, Long Fei's eyes slightly opened. In his sea of consciousness, the dragon head, dragon god, dragon tail, these three major parts, Long Fei moved his idea, fusion with the Yuan Long's body. And then, the power in his sea of consciousness began to surge. Just like a gigantic machine colliding with each other, a rumbling sound could be heard. The connection between the dragon head and the dragon body was completed. Rumble. The connection between the dragon's tail and the dragon's body was completed. This process only took 3 seconds and the fusion of the Yuan Long's body was successful. The system immediately sounded out a prompt. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 100,000 experience points for fusing with Yuan Long's body. Power of Celestial X 10,000 points. The reward is 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the Immortal Stage level 7. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. Boom, boom, boom. His entire body was filled with a powerful energy, the power of dragons. He felt that his body was as strong as a dragon, and he became excited about it. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully fusing with Yuan Long's physique and obtaining Yuan Long's sacred body. His physique and level increase have reached level 10. Item: Yuan Long's sacred body level 15. Saint Realm description: Yuan Long's sacred body does not have a rotten body. It is immortal and can withstand the impact of the power of the ancient code. It can withstand the attacks of peak flying immortal powerhouse. Looking at the system's description, Long Fei laughed like a blossoming flower. Ha ha. Ancestor, can you feel it? My physical body has reached the realm of the Yuan Long's sacred body. Can I enter the Chaos Realm now? Yuan Long's sacred body's defense was heaven-defying. However, did not want to see a strong defense. The strongest defense in the world is attack. Only the strongest attack could put oneself in an undefeatable and undying place. Long Fei was excited, not because of the fusion of the Yuan Long's sacred body, but because he could endure the flow of the ancient code. This was the reason why Long Fei was so happy. The Yan Huang ancestor was a little confused. To be exact, he was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that Long Fei could create such a powerful body in such a short amount of time. Yuan Long's sacred body, able to withstand the crushing power of law. Even the Yan Huang ancestor was a little jealous. This kind of physique was something that not even the supreme powerhouse in Chaos Realm possessed. Long Fei's Yuan Long holy body was definitely the only one. What kind of existence was the Yuan Long? Divinity, Dragon Clan intellectual brain. How strong was his body? After fusing with the body of the Yuan Long and obtaining the body of the Yuan Long, the power of the law of the ordinary plane was simply unable to suppress Long Fei's body. Yan Huang ancestor said, "Kid, I did promise you that when you have a strong physical body, I will bring you into the Chaos Realm, but you have to think carefully. Once you enter, you might not be able to come back. You could have died in there." Yan Huang ancestor was not joking. Chaos Realm was not God's martial continent. Those people that Long Fei saw were all people with extraordinary strength. Going in was courting death. Long Fei said, "Ancestor, I do not have any more time, I have to take the risk. Do you know how many people are watching me? How many people are staring at the Dragon Domain's secret treasure? If I don't become strong, I won't be strong enough to crush everything in God's martial continent. I will die, Long family will be destroyed, and all my brothers and women around me will die. I don't want to see this. Old man, bring me in. I'll definitely come back." 5 billion HP was simply too much. Gu Tongtian stood there and allowed him to attack. He would also need to stand there for a few hours before he could attack and kill. However, Gu Tongtian was only one of the flying fairyland, Western Devil Lord, Heaven and the rest? Long Fei simply had no way to deal with it. He had to obtain even more powerful strength to be able to stand above the gods' martial continent. Only the power of an alien, the power of the Chaos Realm. Yen Huang Ancestor said solemnly. I'll ask you again, have you thought about it clearly? Long Fei nodded his head heavily and said, Ancestor, come, let me experience the Chaos Realm's boss. Chapter 1071 Slit. This is too fierce, isn't it? Chapter 1071 Slit. This is too fierce, isn't it? You must follow? Boss, wherever you go, we'll go. This time, we definitely won't leave you behind. Yes. Boss, it's not like we haven't been to the other side of the portal. Just take us along with you. If you don't bring us along, we'll go by ourselves. The four great King Kong slashes said with absolute iron. Long Fei was also not an unreasonable person. He was clear about the strength of the four great Vajra, and said, All right, let's go together then. Tian Xing immediately asked, What about me? What should I do? Long Fei, you won't leave me here alone, right? Long Fei said, You just stand guard here, wait for us to come out. Although the Tian clan has been destroyed, I'm worried that there might still be some of his remaining forces. You must be careful. Finished. Long Fei walked in front of Tian Xing without waiting for her to say anything. He kissed her lips in an instant and then said softly, Be good, I will definitely come back. Tianxin's cheeks reddened, and she immediately turned into an obedient, smiling woman. She lightly nodded and said, I'll wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you to come back. Long Fei looked at her and slowly turned, and holding his breath, he walked towards the portal. The four King Kong followed closely behind him. Actually, there was still King Kong, Arhat King Kong in Long Fei's body. He had already finished condensing, and Long Fei did not release him. In his heart, he had a nagging feeling that this Arhat King Kong was not simple and had not been released since. Buzz! Long Fei stepped into the portal. Yen Huang Ancestor's voice immediately resounded and said, Long Fei, hold your mind and remain calm. No matter what illusions appear, do not panic when encountering anything. Release your Yuan Long sacred body. Long Fei said in his heart, Okay. And then, Long Fei said to the four Vajra, Follow behind me and follow me wherever I go. You must not take the wrong path, understand? Understood. The four of them shouted in unison. This was no joke. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be crushed by the law of confusion, and one had to carefully take every step. This was the link between the two planes. It was also the most chaotic and dangerous place. However, there must be a safe passage in this law turbulence, otherwise, those evolved people would not be able to pass through it. What Yen Huang Ancestor had to do now was to achieve this safe passage. On the other side, purple light lingered in a special valley. All of them were purple light bosses. When Long Fei saw them, he immediately became excited. He's here. Yen Huang Ancestor roared out in anger, Long Fei, the collision of the laws, you have withstood it. Long Fei's mind sank and released all of the power of the Yuan Long holy body. An image of a Yuan Long superimposed on his body, and he excitedly shouted, Come! Rumble! Rumble! The golden light of the ancient code heavily smashed into Long Fei's body. Long Fei's body sank and directly withstood the impact of the ancient code's turbulence, completely offsetting its impact power. Abnormal! The Yen Huang Ancestor began to worry. This was a chaotic law after all, so this kind of attack was extremely fatal. Long Fei didn't even lose a single strand of hair. This body was so strong that it made people jealous and envious. Long Fei was extremely excited as he said, Ancestor, my physique must be strong enough. Yen Huang Ancestor poured a bucket of cold water over him and said, Don't get cocky too early. Just now, that turbulence was only a chaotic flow of laws in the gods' martial continent's plane. You'll be able to withstand it later when you encounter the chaotic flow of laws in the Chaos Realm, so we'll talk about it later. Level 15 Body. The defense of the Yuan Long S was abnormally strong. It was strong enough to withstand the impact of the law of confusion. However, in the Chaos Realm, it was not invincible. The level was too low. No matter how strong the body was, it was useless. A single idea could break your spiritual sea, no matter how strong your physical body was. Chaos Realm wanted to cultivate both internally and externally. Long Fei grinned and said, "The Chaos Realm is your territory. You won't let me fall into a death trap, right?" The Yen Huang ancestor disdainfully said, "It's been so many years since I last met the Chaos Realm. I don't even know how the current Chaos Realm has changed." They slowly moved through the spatial rift. He was getting closer and closer to the special space in front of him. Long Fei became more and more excited. "If I were to be able to kill these purple light bosses, I can definitely go to the heavens, hee. Be careful. We've reached the boundary," Yen Huang ancestor warned. Long Fei asked, "What is the boundary?" Yen Huang ancestor said, "It is the point at the center of the link between the two great planes. 1 centimeter ahead is the plane of Chaos Realm. We have to be careful of this place. It's the most dangerous place." Long Fei replied, "With you here, I don't have to worry." There was nothing around him except for the continuous flashes of light that passed by him, making him appear as if he was in a space-time tunnel. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the air. Yen Huang ancestor's heart sank. He shouted loudly, "Careful, domain beast!" Without waiting for Long Fei to react, a domain beast rushed out, opened its mouth wide and directly swallowed Long Fei. Its huge mouth had a strong suction force. Dragon Spear. Long Fei moved his right hand, burning heaven. The dragon spear shook. Long Fei moved his idea, causing the value of the power of Celestial to drop rapidly. The moment the domain beast swallowed them, his dragon spear moved, transforming into a powerful force. The Yuan Long has no god. The power of absolute death. Domain beast. A beast that devoured space. In Transu Empire, Long Fei had even seen it before, and it was a complete mess. It was also one of the ferocious beasts that Long Fei wanted to explode the most. However, Long Fei then stabbed his spear into the domain beast's throat, causing a red number to float out from the top of its head. 1. The Yuan Long had no spirit. If the power of instant kill were to erupt, even the flying fairyland's powerhouse would be able to instantly kill it. However, it had only created a single point of damage. How strong was this domain beast? It was hard to imagine. And also at that moment, with Li Yuanba's golden armor on him, the giant spirit axe in his hand slashed down, striking the top of the domain beast's head. Rumble! Is Li Yuanba powerful? Holy King Kong had innate divine strength, and truly had divine strength. However, Long Fei was dumbstruck. He could not help but blurt out, "Damn, isn't this too fierce? It's so powerful. I'll do it." With a move of the Spirit of Heaven, the power of the Dost and the Holy Spirit's power were perfectly merged, and the Holy Spirit's power was released. The power of the Yuling Guardian Warrior exploded outwards. However, with this move, the numbers that floated above the domain beast's head were still MIS. Lin Yuxing and Arhat also attacked once. It was the same thing. Their attacks were completely useless. The domain beast's eyes revealed a look of disdain. Its face was full of pride, which made people extremely unhappy. Being looked down upon by the domain beast, Long Fei and the others couldn't do anything. Chapter 1072 Bemin Beast. Chapter 1072 Bemin Beasts. Woo woo woo. The domain beast let out a wild laugh, its eyes full of teasing, as though it was saying, "Come, come, you King came to hit me." He had a despicable look on his face. Long Fei's anger was about to rise. "Ancestor, is there no way to deal with it?" Long Fei shouted. "If even one demon beast is smug in front of me, I don't believe I can't kill you." Royal Elder. Yen Huang ancestor did not speak. He was extremely focused. Even though Long Fei shouted, he did not reply. F***ck. I don't believe it. Long Fei's heart was moved, a powerful force surging into it. At this moment, just as Long Fei was about to attack, Yan Huang Ancestor suddenly shouted, "Careful!" Amidst the chaotic space-time turbulence, an even stronger beast suddenly rushed out like it was cutting through the sky. Without waiting for the domain beast to react, it swallowed it in one gulp. The whole time was less than 1/10 of a second. The incomparably huge domain beast was the size of an ant in front of that fierce beast. Just like the sky and the earth. Long Fei looked up. That one of mine is still wiping, I can't even see its entire body. Li Yuanba said, "Boss, what is this fellow? How would I know?" Long Fei was about to go crazy. Everything that had just happened had made his scalp go numb. He thought that the domain beast was very strong. After all, it was a super ferocious beast that could devour space and dimensions. However, in that moment it was devoured like a small shrimp. That kind of scene had a huge impact on Long Fei's heart. It was too hard to imagine and too big to bear. Too strong. Long Fei could not help but say. It was also at this time. A system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Domain Beast, for obtaining 3 billion experience, obtaining 1 million power of celestial and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Domain Beasts. Do you wish to fuse them? Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the Domain Beast Core. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Domain Beast's Bone. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level 8 Immortal. Ding! The Domain Beast was absorbed by the player Devouring Vein, causing it to level up 2 levels consecutively. The current blood vein is level 4. When the 2 blood essence particles fell from his consciousness, the power within Long Fei's blood vein began to boil, and its immense power was activated from the blood. Long Fei was a little confused. Just because he caused some damage, he managed to obtain all of this domain beast. Long Fei was extremely excited. Fuck, 3 billion experience points directly raised by 1 level, how powerful is that? The domain beast directly caused my devouring vein to level up 2 levels consecutively, this guy. Long Fei's little heart could not take it anymore. It was too difficult to level up devouring vein. The ancient blood vein that he had swallowed was also only raised by 1 level, but the domain beast had directly raised it by 2 levels. The power in his blood became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Li Yuanba muttered, "Boss, it seems to be staring at us." Long Fei also had a feeling that he was being stared at. This feeling was very uncomfortable and he could not move. He slightly raised his eyes and looked towards the sky, only seeing 2 huge suns in the sky. Was this the eye of the ferocious beast in front of him? Her eyes were staring straight at Long Fei, as though Long Fei had gotten what he wanted. At this moment, Long Fei felt like he had been seen through. Even the hidden system in his body had been seen through. This feeling made him want to die. How much experience would I get if I dropped it? Long Fei was like a madman, thinking of these things in his mind. Gudong. Let's give it a try. Who cares if it was 32 or 28, Long Fei would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Killing a domain beast can level up, but killing that guy has to level up consecutively. Fight! Long Fei roared, the sky-burning dragon gun in his hand suddenly moved, pointing at the pair of huge eyes in the sky. He shouted, "Watch your sister?" With a single step, he leaped up. However, he had only jumped half a meter before he was pushed down by a pinky. He pressed his body to the ground, completely unable to move. "Boss!" Li Yuanba roared. He moved his feet and chopped down with his axe. 1. He was also pressed down by a finger, and his strength was instantly dispersed. They were like people from a small country, and the ferocious beast in front of them was a giant. The Yen Huang ancestor said, "This is a Bemin large monster. Its level is 10,000 times stronger than a domain beast. You all aren't even qualified to fill the gaps in his teeth. If not, you would have already been turned into dust." "Ancestor, don't talk rubbish. Is there any way to deal with him? I want to kill him," Long Fei said. He really wanted to kill it. How much experience? This couldn't be calculated in billions, but in megabytes instead. What kind of super soul treasure could drop? "I guess we'll have to pull it by train, won't we?" Of course. This was not what Long Fei wanted the most. What he wanted in his heart was, if this guy could become his war pet, then it was definitely the tempo of the heavens. Yen Huang ancestor replied, "There's no other way. Unless we use the super law turbulence to attack it, no one can kill it here. Brat, I advise you not to struggle because this guy will not hate dead people. It's best if you faked your death. Only by doing this can you escape death," Yen Huang ancestor said seriously. Bemin large monster were incomparably strong. He had only seen it in the secret scriptures of the Chaos Realm, and had never actually seen it before. Pretend to be dead? That's not my Long Fei's style. Against such a super boss, how could he possibly feign death? Long Fei really couldn't do it. And then, Long Fei opened up the system and quickly checked. What can we do? What can we do to get him? Or kill it? Long Fei's strongest attack on Domain Beast could only create 1 point of damage, but against Bemin large monster that was 10,000 times stronger than Domain Beast, his strength was not even comparable to an ant. You want to kill it? It was even more unbelievable than fantasy. It was impossible to blow it up. If he couldn't destroy it, then he could only subdue him and turn him into a war pet. How to do it? Long Fei quickly asked, "Ancestor, does this guy have any weaknesses?" Yen Huang ancestor replied, "To you, he has no weakness. Powerhouse has no weakness to the weak. F***CK. Can you be more serious?" Long Fei ruthlessly said with contempt. The Yen Huang ancestor pondered for a moment and said, "The secret manual recorded that the Bemin large monster's intelligence is low. Even if it is an adult Bemin large monster, their intelligence is only that of a 3- or 5-year-old child. Low intelligence? Then his brain." In that instant, Long Fei opened the system. Seeing the almost forgotten skill light of enticement, he became excited. Chapter 1073 Long Fei's Choice. Chapter 1073 Long Fei's Choice. The light of temptation has rarely been used. However, its level was not low, and it had already reached the 6th level. This skill was a brainwashing technique. It could control the central nervous system and increase the intelligence of Demon Beast by 50%. Huff! Long Fei let out a light breath. Yen Huang ancestor said, "Brat, are you crazy? The strength of the Bemin large monster is indeed low, but it hates people who want to control it the most. Once it gets angry, even if the 5 of you pretend to be dead, you will still be crushed into powder. Just do as I say, play dead. Didn't you want to go to the Chaos Realm to find an even stronger power? Do you really want to die here?" Yen Huang ancestor was anxious. Long Fei was a madman. For a good thing, just a glance at it would cause him to be unable to move his legs. In the past, there was still room for retreat, but now, this was the boundary, an extremely dangerous place where anything could happen. He wants to control the Bemin large monster? This was the tempo of going to see the King of Hell. Long Fei said, "I don't care anymore, as long as this guy can become my war pet. What God's martial continent, what palace question of God, what chaos realm, I will sweep him away." Yen Huang ancestor. He was speechless. "You madman!" Long Fei grinned excitedly and said, "Ancestor, it's not like you only found out today that I, Long Fei, was a madman. Ha ha ha!" And then, Long Fei was startled. His heart was also thumping hard. No matter what, he would take a step forward and roared loudly, "Light of enticement." A skill was released. The electric net, the color of Xuana Bai's skin, expanded outwards from the pinky on Long Fei's body. It was densely packed, and it covered the entire Bemin large monster in just half a minute. Crackle, 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 Long Fei immediately said. "Become my war pet, I will give you a completely different world. I will let." Not waiting for him to finish, a powerful force exploded in the Bemin large monster's sea of consciousness. "Get out, get out." He covered his head with his hands and went crazy. Yen Huang Ancestor's heart skipped a beat. "It's over, we're completely finished." Long Fei did not give up and said, "I, Long Fei, promise you, I will definitely bring you a different kind of brilliance, and let you break through this void. Get out." The Bemin large monster's eyes were bloodshot, the power released from its body became extremely violent, its murderous intent had never been this strong. It was exactly as Yen Huang Ancestor had said. He hated people trying to control his brain. The power of the electric net continued to drop. Within a few minutes, the light of enticement was still on cooldown, making it impossible for Long Fei to cast it again. Moreover, the Bemin large monster would not give Long Fei the chance to release the light of enticement a second time. He was furious. The result of his anger was murder. Both of his eyes were like bloody fireballs as he stared at Long Fei and the other three, roaring out loudly, "I want you all to die." Long Fei did not give up on controlling his brain. Long Fei would not give up even at the last moment. The word "give up" did not exist in his dictionary. He was still trying to persuade her, trying to control the brain of the Bemin. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a huge vortex appeared at the boundary. The Yen Huang Ancestor suddenly shouted, "Long Fei, the chance is here. The super law turbulence has appeared, it can send the Bemin large monster flying. This is your only chance." The Bemin large monster was also startled. In this chaotic space, the super law turbulence was the only thing he was afraid of. More importantly, in the depths of his memories, his father had died under the onslaught of this kind of super law turbulence. To save him, this was an excellent opportunity. Liu Yuanba and the others looked at Long Fei. As long as Long Fei dodged, and allowed the super law turbulence to crash into the Bemin large monster, they would be fine. At the critical moment, Long Fei looked at the four of them and smiled. "If I die, you four can leave by yourselves." As soon as he finished, Long Fei suddenly roared, "Level 10 Wu Shuang, open!" Buzz! 1024-fold elemental energy exploded. Long Fei's idea entered his sea of consciousness and completely released the defensive energy from his fused Yuanlong body. 8 golden dragons protecting his body. The other 38 dragon patriarchs also uniformly rushed into every part of Long Fei's body. At this moment, Long Fei resisted with all of his defensive power, as if he was a super giant, heavily blocking in front of the Bemin large monster. He looked at the Bemin large monster excitedly and said, "As long as you become my brother, I will defend you with my life, block everything." Under these circumstances, Long Fei couldn't use his Zhongya gold body to block it, otherwise the spatial turbulence would still rush through his body. He could only use his physical body to carry it. Yen Huang Ancestor was dumbfounded. I really can't do anything to you, I really can't see through you." "Ha ha ha! Since you want to go crazy, then I can only go crazy with you." Yen Huang Ancestor laughed out wildly and said, "I'll let you experience the power my complete primordial spirit can release." Buzz! A wave of energy exploded out from the depths of the pubes, forming a defensive shield that wrapped Long Fei inside. The law of chaos rushes forth. Boom! Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion sounded within Long Fei's mind. With the protection of millions of energies, Long Fei's body was still trembling uncontrollably. The impact of super law turbulence was just too strong. 1 second. 2 seconds. A full 10 seconds passed. The Yen Huang ancestor's defensive air shield cracked, and he was still releasing all of his power with all his might, releasing all of the power in his body. He was the first line of defense. Long Fei said, "Ancestor, quickly withdraw your power." Yen Huang ancestor said excitedly, "Brat, let me be crazy for you again, I can still hold on for 5 more seconds." At this time, 5 seconds was longer than 5 years. For the sake of Yen Huang ancestor, he was willing to give it his all. Gotcha! Boom! In exactly 15 seconds, the power of the Yen Huang ancestor had shattered and he had disappeared along with his aura. He was simply too weak, like a wick that was about to be extinguished. Patriarch! Long Fei bellowed as both of his feet rooted onto the ground. He firmly stuck into it, roared, and said, "Come! Rumble! Rumble!" An extremely strong force struck Long Fei's body. The value of the power of Celestial was like a flood, surging crazily and decreasing rapidly. All of the defensive strength required the value of the power of Celestial to endure. Boom! The defense of the 8 golden dragons collapsed. Boom! The defensive power of the 38 dragon patriarchs collapsed. Boom! Long Fei's own defense from the Yuan Long holy body had collapsed. He couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, the Bemin large monster froze on the spot and muttered, "Daddy." Chapter 1074 Laozi is sending. Chapter 1074 Laozi is sending, Father. The Bemin large monster watched as Long Fei blocked everything for him, as if he was looking at his own father. Just at the edge of Long Fei's collapse, the Bemin large monster suddenly moved, hugging Long Fei. It turned its body and used its back to firmly block the remaining super law turbulence, protecting Long Fei tightly in his arms. Once, that was how his father protected him. Boom! 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 The super law turbulence was still continuously attacking, but the Bemin large monster's body was extremely firm. It did not move an inch and protected Long Fei. 5 minutes passed. The power of the super law turbulence finally weakened and disappeared, completely neutralized. At this time, the back of the Bemin large monster was a mess of blood and flesh, and the wound was deep enough to see through his bones. However, he did not frown at all as he protected Long Fei with all his might. It was also at this time, Long Fei's idea still remained in his mind. His voice rang out, "I agree." The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully summoning Bemin large monster. You have received 100,000 experience points, 10,000 power of celestial points, and 10,000 points as a special reward. Long Fei was incomparably weak. However, when he heard the name system beep, his entire being started boiling. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the words written on top of the Bemin large monster's head. He laughed and muttered, "Thank you." If not for the Bemin large monster protecting him, Long Fei would have been reduced to dust by now, and be annihilated in both body and spirit. The Bemin large monster looked at Long Fei and said, "It's me who needs to thank you." He had never thought that in this world, other than his parents, there would be people who would protect him like this. His intelligence was not high, but he was willing to die for the sake of protecting his family. No matter what this person's goal was, he was willing to do anything for him. This is the Bemin race. From Long Fei's body, he saw his own father protecting him with his life. If he had become a little stronger at that time, he would have shared the damage his father suffered, and his father wouldn't have died. In that moment just now, he rushed forward without caring about anything else, and only wanted to avoid seeing Long Fei die for him. "Boss! Are you all right?" Li Yuanba rushed forward. Seeing the incomparably weak Long Fei in the Bemin large monster's embrace, Yuanba tightly clenched his fists, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. The same went for the hearts of the 4 great King Kong. Long Fei said slightly, "I'm fine, don't worry." At the same time, Long Fei moved into the depths of the pubes and said, "Ancestor, ancestor." Yen Huang ancestor coughed a few times and said, "This old bone of mine won't die yet." "Brat, I didn't think that you would really be able to do it. No one has ever succeeded. You are the only one. Furthermore, I can see that this Bemin large monster is truly willing to follow you. Even if you don't control his brain, he will definitely follow you. Once the Bemin tribe recognizes their master, they will never change it." But Yen Huang ancestor was silent for a moment. Long Fei asked, "Ancestor, what is it?" Yen Huang ancestor chuckled. "Nothing, do what you want." Actually, Bemin large monster Long Fei could only choose to bring people to Chaos Realm or God's martial continent, and could only make one choice. If the choice was Chaos Realm, then the Bemin large monster could only stay in Chaos Realm, and could not enter it. Because, once he left the primordial chaos, he would be stuck at that plane. To compete with the God's martial continent, the current Long Fei needed even more powerful strength. The Bemin large monster was the best helper. Thus, the Yen Huang ancestor didn't say it because he was worried that Long Fei would choose to enter the God's martial continent. If that happened, he would be in danger in the Chaos Realm. Long Fei felt that the Yen Huang ancestor was hiding something from him. However, he was currently very excited, and very soon, he did not think about this matter anymore. Rest for a moment. Long Fei recovered some spirit energy and asked, "Bemin, are your injuries all right?" With just a few words of concern, the Bemin was incomparably excited. In the flow of time and space, he had wandered for tens of thousands of years by himself, like an orphan who had been abandoned. Suddenly, someone cared for him, and he was as happy as a child. He shook his head and said, I'm fine, hee hee." His injuries were not light. It was at least heavier than Long Fei. The power of the super law turbulence was too strong, and Long Fei could not block it no matter what he tried. Long Fei said, "Then are you willing to enter the Chaos Realm with me?" Without any hesitation, the Bemin large monster nodded and said, "I am willing." Actually, this was an important choice for the Bemin large monster because a plane would decide their entire life. Long Fei did not know. Long Fei laughed. "All right, then follow me to cause a ruckus in Chaos Realm S. Ha ha." As soon as he finished, the Bemin large monster immediately opened up a path. Long Fei and the four great King Kong pulled back. He walked towards the group of purple light bosses. They had already entered the Chaos Realm space and time, so the impact of the power of law was much stronger. However, as long as it was not the super law turbulence, the Bemin large monster was not afraid at all and helped Long Fei and the others to block it all. They were now rushing straight for Chaos Realm. Chaos Realm, on the other side of the transmission gate. Space-time turbulence? That's not right. That's not right, that's completely wrong. It's impossible for there to be such a strange spatial turbulence. A purple-robed middle-aged man shook his head as he spoke. Could it be that someone from the God's martial continent entered this place alone? That's even more impossible. Without our guidance, even if they were given 10,000 lives, they would still be able to rest here. If there was even the slightest bit of carelessness within the laws of space and time, they would still be unable to return. However, things have been going on constantly recently. I'm worried. The expression of the purple-robed man changed slightly. Another person said, "Are you worried that heaven will betray us, and that he will capture Long Fei and not hand him over the Dragon Domain's secret treasure?" Secret treasure of the Dragon Domain. A secret treasure of the divinity. As long as we obtain it, we, the Tian clan, will have a place to stay in the Chaos Realm. The purple-robed man couldn't help but clench his fists. They knew more about Dragon Domain's secret treasures than Gu Tongtian. As long as he could get the secret treasure of Long Clan, perhaps, he would be able to control the passage to the divinity, and that way, he might even be able to control the entire Chaos Realm. People are ambitious. Since it was ambition, why not the greatest ambition? In the Chaos Realm, the Tion family was nothing at all. However, as long as they could get their hands on the Dragon Domain's secret treasures, they could soar into the sky. For this, they didn't hesitate to take the risk. Suddenly, the transmission gate began to distort. The purple-robed man instantly became nervous and said, "Something is about to come out." A loud sound echoed out. Long Fei was the first to walk out. Looking at the purple light that covered the entire place, the corners of his mouth curled up as he said excitedly, "This daddy is going to make his move." Chapter 1075, Bemin, kill him for me. Chapter 1075, Bemin, kill him for me. Who had never seen a boss in a game before? A boss wasn't anything special. However, have you ever seen a screen full of bosses? Piles of bosses together, have you ever seen one? Long Fei had never seen it before, but now he had. The moment he stepped out of the transmission gate, everyone in the valley stared at him. At this moment, the entire valley had quieted down, and even a pin drop could be heard. What was going on? He didn't know how to react. Who could penetrate the law of chaos to get here? They were all thinking about it. Long Fei's mind was thinking about something else. Wow, so many bosses. I'm going to attack them now, it's definitely going to happen. There was one thing that Long Fei couldn't understand. Why did it seem like everyone in the valley was a boss? Anyone. Even the most distant and lowest level disciples were surrounded by purple light, a characteristic of a boss. Why is that? However, in the next second, Long Fei did not think too much into it. The more bosses there were, the better. It was actually very simple. Because Long Fei was in the gods' martial continent, his realm was lower than the Chaos realms. He saw that any martial practitioner, even if they were commoners, were all purple light boss existences. This was the reason why the planes were so different. Buzz! Li Yuanba walked out. The purple-robed man's face turned sinister. "It's you." Next, Sky Spirit, Arhut and Lin Yuxing walked out. The purple-robed man's expression changed, and he said faintly, "Just the four of you aren't enough to break through the law of chaos, and you don't even know about the tunnel that's hidden in it." Li Yuanba stared at the purple-robed man and said, "What the F******K, it's you who muddled this daddy up. You almost killed my boss, this daddy will be irreconcilable with you today." Boom! When the giant spirit coffin landed, Li Yuanba swept his hand across it fiercely, his entire body covered in gold armor and holding onto the giant spirit axe. The purple-robed man was shocked as he said, "Your power has become stronger, it has become stronger, and the power of the blood vein in your body has broken through several realms. Not bad. That's right. That way you can be my container. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find the container to enter the gods' martial continent." The purple-robed man sneered and said, "Capture the four of them." In addition, the purple-robed man looked at Xiang Longfei and said faintly, "You should be the Long Fei who prophesied your son, right?" Long Fei grinned and said, "Seems like you're clear about this." The purple-robed man said, "I never thought that you would be so young. The people of Long family are really different, they are people who possess divinity's blood vein. This is good too, it saves me a lot of trouble. As long as I can control you, I have the dragon domain in my hands." And then, the purple-robed man laughed sinisterly and said, "Capture them all alive." Long Fei's group of 5 stood in place without moving. The moment they charged over, Long Fei moved and summoned his holy artillery. He smiled and said, "I will blast you with a cannon first." The release of the immortal crystals. The holy artillery shot out. Rumble. His voice was deafening. However, at this moment, an elder rushed forward and wrapped the energy released by the God King's cannon with a huge force and violently squeezed it. In just a few seconds, the energy of the immortal crystal turned into a small spark and disappeared. Damn! So fierce! Long Fei shouted excitedly. The purple-robed man laughed and said, "You actually used the power of the gods' martial continent to attack us? Kid, there are levels for humans, and there are levels for planes as well. Everything in the gods' martial continent is like dog shit in front of us. Do you understand?" Long Fei nodded with interest and said, "So that's how it is." The purple-robed man laughed complacently and said, "Do you understand now? However, too late, ha ha. Long Fei, just obediently become my puppet. One plane, one technique, one level. The higher the level of a plane, the more powerful its power would be. For attacks from lower planes, even the most powerful divine abilities wouldn't be able to release such power. This was because of the limitations of the power of the laws. Yan Huang ancestor had also said this. Long Fei did not believe it, but he believed it now. However, he was not worried at all. The idea moved and said lightly, "Since the power of the gods' martial continent is of no use to you, then let me show you the power of another world. Nox, come out. Galen, bring out your great sword." Boom! Boom! The two great holy general came down from the sky, knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, my king." There was still a card in Long Fei's mind, the barbarian king, that had yet to be released. Long Fei slightly said, "Kill! They do not belong to the gods' martial continent, they belong to the League of Heroes, so they are not restricted by the plane of existence." "He's in the tower!" Galen roared. He picked up his great sword and rushed out, rushing into the crowd of people. A string of health bars rose above the heads of the purple light bosses. However, the damage was not high. The two of them were also instantly surrounded, unable to display their full strength. The purple-robed man still had a proud smile on his face as he said, "I always thought you were a very smart person, but now it seems that you were very stupid. Pretty stupid. Do you think just two of these people can contend against Chaos Realm? Long Fei, I have to say, your head is full of shit, ha ha." The purple-robed man was extremely proud of himself. He could see the Dragon Domain's secret treasure waving at him. He would become the #1 person in Chaos Realm. He couldn't help but laugh out loud in satisfaction. Everything that had happened in the past few years was worth it. He had suffered a lot in order to break through the transmission gate. Now, they were only one step away from success. As long as they could control Long Fei, the Dragon Domain would be under his control. Divine abilities and technique, even the dragon race that controlled the divinity, all of this was possible. The purple-robed man walked towards Xiang Longfei, step by step. All of the disciples in the valley surrounded Long Fei. Long Fei was like a fish on a chopping block. However, in Long Fei's eyes, they were just fish on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. The purple-robed man laughed complacently. "Long Fei, surrender. This way you'll be able to experience less pain." Long Fei laughed coldly and said, "Surrender? Heh heh." The purple-robed man's eyes were filled with contempt as he said, "Laugh? Seems like you're really overestimating yourself." Long Fei said slightly, "I do not know how to judge others' capabilities. I want to let you know what capital you have to overestimate yourself. Bemin, blast him to death." As soon as he finished, on top of the transmission gate, an incomparably large hand was ruthlessly slapped. Rumble! A loud explosion resounded. The purple-robed man fell to the ground with a thud. His head was split open, and a deep crater was formed on the ground. Instant kill. Chapter 1076, Prepare to Tremble. Chapter 1076, Prepare to Tremble. One move. Instant kill. It was so fast that people could not even react. Their minds were in a warped state. Damn! Can you not be so powerful? Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed excitedly, followed by a system notification sound. Long Fei's heart tensed up. Explode, explode, explode. Ha ha ha! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying Purple-Robed Man, for obtaining 0 experience, power of Celestial 0, energy values 0. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 10 experience elixir S. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining mysterious item 1. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining mysterious item 2. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining mysterious item 3. The system kept beeping. Hearing these notifications, Long Fei was stunned. Your sister, 0 experience? Impossible, what the F **K***? He could not help but curse. This place was full of bosses. Even if it wasn't a boss, killing a mosquito would require 1 point of experience points, but a boss gave 0 EXP. Long Fei wanted to curse the past 18 generations of the ancestors of the system. Too small. Long Fei moved her body. Take it, experience elixir. Ding. Consumption failed. Failure. System, come out for lousy. If I don't cripple you, then lousy's experience with you can't be consumed. What are you going to do then? Long Fei bellowed. What is a mysterious item? System, damn you. Long Fei looked at the 3 mysterious items. How could these be mysterious items? However, the moment his idea moved, it could not even be activated. He couldn't open it at all. What kind of mysterious item was this? Really? Long Fei was about to get angry. He came here full of excitement, looking at the valley full of purple light bosses. No one could tell how excited he was. He even felt as if he owned the whole world. However, a bucket of cold water was poured over his head, chilling him to the extreme. Cold. It was too hard. Long Fei's eyes were in a trance. He seemed lifeless and powerless as he muttered to himself, "That's impossible, how could it be like this? Was it the wrong way for me to open it? Is that really the case? Why did a purple light black mist explode in Chaos Realm, and why did a mysterious item suddenly explode in real face? What the hell is this all about?" Long Fei kept scolding. Liu Enba saw that Long Fei's expression was not right, and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what's wrong?" Long Fei waved his hand and said, "Liver pain, it's so painful, ignore me." His liver was trembling. The Bemin scratched its head and muttered, "Boss, do I still want to come out?" Everything was in a daze. The warriors of the Chaos Realm in the valley also turned around quickly. Looking at the purple-robed man in the deep pit, their faces turned pale. The impact it had on them was simply too great. Long Fei was bored now, as he watched them quickly descend. He did not have any other orders. If the boss didn't drop any items, no experience, if he had the free will, he might as well find a girl to chat about life and talk about dreams. Suddenly, the system beeped once again. Ding! System notification. Player Long Fei has transcended the heavenly tribulation. If the system does not level up, everything that has been exposed in the Chaos Realm will not be activated. Huh! What do you mean can't open it? If it can't be opened in the Chaos Realm, can it be opened in the God's Martial Continent? Long Fei asked. Under normal circumstances, the system would never reply. However, this time, the system responded with some exceptions, sure. Long Fei was startled, he was also surprised. System, you can still answer that? Then tell me, why can't the Chaos Realm open it? System, the world you live in is the God's Martial Continent. Before you experience the baptism of heavenly tribulation, your cultivation will not be able to break through the shackles of the God's Martial Continent, and your system will not be able to level up. Simply put, it's a matter of the plane restrictions. If Long Fei had already endured the baptism of heavenly tribulation, then he would have dropped something, not an experience elixir or a mysterious item that he couldn't consume. This was the Chaos Realm, not the God's Martial Continent. If you want to get something out of here, there's only one way, to become a member of the Chaos Realm. Also, is to bring these worries back to the gods' martial continent. This way, all of these could be activated. However, these mysterious items would all be restricted by the restrictions of the ancient code and could only open some of the things in the gods' martial continent. A martial artist was restricted by the laws of the plane. The system was the same. The heavenly tribulation baptism was a breakthrough for Long Fei, but it was also an upgrade for the system. Thinking of this, Long Fei was secretly shocked. System can still be upgraded? What will the system be like after the upgrade? At this moment, Long Fei became incomparably excited. His gaze swept across them as he softly said, "Since that's the case, then let me get this over and done with. Bemin, come out." Boom! Under Long Fei's orders, the Bemin rushed out from the transmission gate. It was incomparably huge and was over 100 meters tall as it stood in the middle of the valley like a gigantic mountain. Crack! The Bemin moved, its joints popping out as it stared at the valley with its huge eyes and grinned. "Boss, are we really going to kill these people?" Long Fei asked. "Is it difficult?" The Bemin laughed and said, "None at all." As soon as he finished speaking, the Bemin took a step forward and blasted a palm strike at the people in the valley. The valley cracked and shook. The bosses that were emitting purple light looked as if they had seen a ghost, as they scattered in all directions, unable to withstand the huge impact from the Bemin. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Descendant of God's Tribe for obtaining 0 experience, power of celestial points, 0 energy values, 0. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 5 experience elixir. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining mysterious item 1. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining mysterious item 2. It was the same thing that the violet-robed man had dropped. Experience elixir. It was a mysterious object that could not be opened and used. However, Long Fei was not anxious at all. These things could be used as long as he returned to God's martial continent. Kill them all. Kill them all. The Bemin's huge body leaped, giggled, and said, "Bemin meet bullet." His body pressed down and the purple light boss was crushed until *T came out, completely without any form of resistance. Ha ha! Bemin large monster S are too valiant. Long Fei was extremely excited in his heart. If this guy brought back the gods' martial continent, who would be his match? Prepare to tremble, Gu Tongtian. Chapter 1077, Preparing for War. Chapter 1077, Preparing for War. Palace Question of God. In the Great Hall, gathered peak gods martial continent S. Thinking back to a year ago, of the powerhouse S that Gu Tongtian had gathered, from the original 60 to more than 100, the peak powerhouse S had basically been gathered by him. Moreover, many of these were magic that could break through the shackles of the law. The demon that was once stomped by the Long family. All of their cultivations were flying fairyland. They all had a common point, and their lifespan was almost up. Brother Gu, Long Fei has already disappeared from the savage domain for an entire year. Are you sure he will appear again? Western Devil Lord asked. This was what all the Powerhouse S wanted to know. If Long Fei did not appear, the dragon domain would not be able to open it. Then it would be a waste of time for them to stay here. That's right. Back then, you promised us that we would be able to obtain the secret art of longevity within the open dragon domain. Otherwise, why would we waste our time here? You're right. Brother Gu, you have to give us an explanation as well. It had been a year since Long Fei entered the savage domain, and in this 1 year, he had not found any news related to Long Fei. He couldn't even see the Great Void Mirror. Long Fei had completely disappeared from this world. Heaven said slightly, "There is a Dragon Tail tomb here. Would he be locked inside the Dragon Tail tomb and not be able to come out?" This past year or so, he had been cultivating in seclusion, recovering, so he did not know anything that happened in Savage Domain. If he doesn't have the means to charge out of Dragon Tail Tomb, then he is definitely not the Prophet's son. Maybe the real Prophet's son hasn't come out yet. It's impossible for the Prophecy's son to be trapped in the Dragon Tail Tomb. Many powerhouse began to discuss. On top of the Supreme God, Gu Tongtian's brows were knitted secretly. Amongst these people, his lifespan was the closest to being exhausted. He was more anxious than anyone else. After several great battles, his lifespan was running out quickly and he could no longer hold on for much longer. Gu Tongtian secretly thought in his heart, Long Fei, where did you go in the end? At this time, Dark Domain Lord Song Qianqing walked out and said, Brother Gu, it's actually very simple if you want Long Fei to come out. As soon as he said that, the entire hall quietened down and everyone looked at Song Qianqing. Song Qianqing enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He smiled lightly and asked, What's Long Fei's weakness? It's his family members, brothers, and women. It's the Nantian region. Doesn't he like to hide? Then force him out. A cold smile emerged on Song Qianqing's lips. Everyone shivered. Heaven immediately said, That's right, as long as he puts pressure on the people around him, he will definitely appear. Isn't he always so arrogant and rampant? It's time to show him something. Heaven immediately agreed. Because he hated Long Fei to the bone. Long Fei had destroyed his everything. Very quickly, Song Qianqing's suggestion was approved by many of the powerhouse. I'll do it. F***ck his family. F***ck his bro. I don't believe that he won't come out. Brother Gu, we've endured for a year. It's time for the war to start. Nantian region? A wasteland, ha ha ha. This time, we shall let them die without a single blade of grass. Many powerhouse started to clamor. With more than 100 flying fairy strongermans, this kind of strength could be said to be the strongest lineup in the history of God's martial continent. An existence that could instantly kill someone. They were not afraid. There was no one in the world that could frighten them. Gu Tongtian slowly stood up and said, Since everyone agrees, then, 1 month from now, fight the Nantian region. Why a month? This was also a kind of deadline. It was also a method to force Long Fei to come out. Nantian region was not their goal was Long Fei. 3 days later. Fengyuan Business Alliance's secret base. What did you say? Palace Question of God is making his move against Nantian region? Fu Xishan instantly sprung up and his brows tightened. He immediately said, Inform them right away, let them all come out. We need to rush to Nantian region first. Not long later, Fatman Chun and the others rushed over. That old thing Gu Tongtian is going to fight? F***ck his mother, I haven't even done anything to him, yet he already made a move on us? Fatman Chun was in an extremely bad mood. After more than a year of closed-door cultivation, his holy armor fairy vein had made another breakthrough. Black Knife also rushed over. What's going on? Aoya and Ling Long also walked over. Dao Ba and the others all walked in. Fu Xishan recounted the news he just received. The Fat Men Chun immediately said, Then what are we waiting for? We are rushing to the Nantian region. That is eldest brother's hometown, and everything he did is in that place. We cannot let anything happen to the Nantian region. Fu Xishan looked at Yuner and said, Yuner, are you still unable to detect Long Fei? Yuner shook her head lightly. It's been a year or two, and I can't even sense a single bit of Big Brother Long Fei's aura. It's as if he's completely disappeared from this world. Her face was downcast. He was sensing Long Fei every single day, but he couldn't feel it every day. Both of Yuner's eyes slightly rose as she firmly said, I believe Big Brother Long Fei. He will definitely return. Fu Xishan smiled lightly. We all believe that. Fu Shishan took a look at the people in the courtyard and was stunned for a moment. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed Song Qianqian was not present. One of the disciples said, "Miss Song Qianqian is not in the cultivation room." Linglong murmured, "Sister Qianqian must have something important to do." Fu Shishan said, "She will definitely know about the war between the Palace Question of God and the Nantian region, and will definitely rush to the Nantian region. What we need to do now is to reach the Nantian region before the Palace Question of God. Everyone, get ready. We will set off in 4 hours. Go to Nantian region." The reason why Gu Tongtian said to attack the Nantian region in a month's time was to give Long Fei time, so that he could do the same. He had deeper meanings, which was to allow Long Fei's entire force to enter the Nantian region. This way, he wouldn't have to waste his time searching one by one. Soon, he received the news that Fu Shishan had brought a group of people to the Nantian region. Gu Tongtian gave a disdainful sneer, "Truly a bunch of retards," and actually went to the Nantian region. "This is good as well, it saves me the time to find you all. I can catch you all in the Nantian region. Long Fei, you still have 27 days. If you don't come out, all of your family members will die, ha ha. Nantian region will never be able to recover, not even a blade of grass will grow." This time, Gu Tongtian was determined to kill. If he didn't enter the dragon domain, he would kill everyone in the Nantian region. Achoo, achoo, achoo. 3 consecutive sneezes rang out. Long Fei grinned and said, "Damn, who's thinking about me? Forget it for now. Let's sweep this valley clean first. F***CK. Can't you guys put a bit more effort? It would be so strenuous to make you guys work that much?" At this moment, the bodies of the 4 great dragon demons and 3 great giant demons were all covered with mysterious boxes. Long Fei's space ring were all filled to the brim. Chapter 1078, SSS Level Tasks. Chapter 1078, SSS Level Tasks. In the game, the backpack could easily be filled. However, space ring were different. The spirit space ring on Long Fei's hand was even more different. It had a storage space that was as big as a villa. What couldn't fit inside? He never thought that when the space ring were full it would be because it was impossible. But now, the spiritual void ring was about to explode. There was already so much that not even a single hair could fit inside. Long Fei could only summon out the 3 demons and 4 dragons to be his slaves. Clink, clink, clink. It had already exploded like this. In this period of more than a year, Long Fei's life had been one of the coolest. There was only one thing that made him very depressed. It was just that he did not know what had dropped, and had to wait until he returned to the gods' martial continent to find out. Clang! It's time for dinner. Long Fei knocked the gong. Hearing this voice, the Bemon's eyes moved and ran back like a wisp of smoke. Carrying a huge basin, it drooled and obediently squatted there. "This giant roasted elephant leg is yours. Keep up the good work. These are yours. Eat, eat." Long Fei was like a super big wet nurse. The giant demon cautiously approached and asked, "Boss, what about us?" Long Fei disdainfully said, "You all still have the face to eat and get you all to carry boxes here. What's there really disappoints me. However, who are you? Are you an earth demon or Laymo?" The giant demon's entire body was covered in mysterious chests. One couldn't even see his face, and no one knew just who he was. There were too many boxes. The giant demon had a bitter look on his face as he said, "Boss, I'm an old geezer." Long Fei said, "There is still a portion of roasted meat here, you 7 split it, right?" Li Yuanba ate the roast meat, walked up to him and asked, "Boss, we have already left the gods' martial continent for over a year, when are we going back?" Lin Yuxing said, "I also want to go back." The heavenly spirit said, "Why are you going back? How good it is to be here." Arhat said, "What a good hammer. Our cultivation is restricted by the laws of the plane. No matter how we cultivate, we just can't break through. What use is there in having a thread? I want to go back too, and I'm afraid something bad might happen to Nantian region if we leave for so long. Long Fei had thought of all these. However, Long Fei believed that as long as he did not appear, the Nantian region would be safe. The one Gu Tongtian and the others wanted was him, while the Nantian region was the only one that could threaten Long Fei, so they wouldn't be in any danger. However, this was only Long Fei's guess. Actually, Long Fei was very worried about his brothers in the Nantian region. According to their agreement, they would go to Nantian region in 2 months. Long Fei said slightly, "After the Bemin clears this entire valley, we will leave this place." The Bemin started to eat crazily. Took less than half a minute for the elephant leg to be completely chewed off, even the bones were bitten off. Long Fei said, "There's more here." The Bemin immediately laughed. He was very dependent on Long Fei, and in the past tens of thousands of years, he had never been as happy as he was now. After eating, they continued to chase and kill. Strangely enough, none of these descendant of God's tribe escaped from the valley. Long Fei couldn't understand this point. Why would they all die in this valley? No reason. It was obviously a massacre, so why didn't he escape the valley? Yen Huang ancestor suddenly said, "Because they won't be able to escape." Huh! Long Fei was startled and asked, "Why can't we escape?" Yen Huang ancestor said, "I don't know the specifics either, but I am sure that they won't be able to escape. This place can't be considered as the real Chaos Realm. This should be a special secret world of the Chaos Realm." Long Fei was shocked. "Ancestor, you mean to say, they brought the transmission gate to the secret world?" Yen Huang ancestor said, "This is a brilliant method, one that will definitely not be discovered." Long Fei said, "Then why didn't they leave the secret world?" The Yen Huang ancestor said, "I think the people from the open secret realm were probably killed by you. They don't even know how the open secret realm did it, so they can only hide in the valleys." Just like he said, the only person that could enter open secret realm was the purple-robed man. He was instantly killed. There was already no one left in the open secret realm, so they could only hide in the valley. This time, it was the bloodline of the gods' tribe. They had discovered the transmission gate, discovered the secret treasure of Long Clan, and wanted to use the transmission gate to control heaven. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Completely unexpected. Long Fei asked again, "Ancestor, Yuan Ba and the others have been here before, to obtain the power of evolution. Where can they evolve? Why didn't I notice it?" Chaos Realm did not do it for the holy artifact to explode. Rather, it was to have an even more powerful strength that could suppress the power of the flying fairyland. He had seen nothing so far. Power of evolution? Where is it? Heaven was an evolved human. The reason he was able to break through to the 8th level of the flying immortal stage was due to the power of evolution. Where was this power? Yen Huang ancestor smiled slightly and said, "The power of evolution that the 4 great King Kong, together with all the other evolved humans in Tian clan, can't even compare to the power that you have gained by yourself." Huh! Long Fei was a little confused. He could not feel the existence of any power at all. Yen Huang ancestor said, "Inside your black boxes. Long Fei, although I don't know how you broke through, if you had great power, every time you killed a person, there would be something extra inside the space ring that killed you. I guess this is your deepest secret. You must have what you want in those black boxes." The Yen Huang ancestor said indifferently. Even a fool would understand that Long Fei had special powers if he stayed in Long Fei's body for 8 or 9 years. He did not want to know what kind of power it was, because what Long Fei wanted to say, he had said it long ago. With regards to the existence of the system, Long Fei would definitely not say a single word. Long Fei laughed, "Ha ha. Ancestor, you also want to quickly open these boxes, right? Yen Huang Ancestor said, I want to eat better than you, so that I can have a hearty meal. And then, both of them laughed obscenely at the same time. 20 days later, the last disciple in the valley was sent flying with a slap from the Bemin. At the same time, at this moment, a system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for clearing Purple Light Secret World for obtaining 100,000 experience points, 10,000 power of celestial points, and 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering the Transmission Gate quest. Mission: Break the Transmission Gate. Level: SSS Class Time, 3 minutes. Reward: Level +1, obtained control of the Transmission Gate. Ding! Do you accept? Without waiting for Long Fei to reject, the system acknowledged him immediately. Accept. Ding! Mission failed. Players will forever be trapped in the Purple Radiant Secret World. The mission starts in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Chapter 1079, respectively, is only for the purpose of the next reunion. Chapter 1079, respectively, is only for the purpose of the next reunion. Everything had happened too suddenly. He couldn't control it at all. When the mission notification ended, a countdown with an hourglass appeared in Long Fei's mind. I'll go! Long Fei bellowed. Everyone attack the transmission gate, quickly, quickly! Li Yuanba was startled. He did not even think about it. The god power in his fists exploded, rushing straight to the teleportation gate, throwing a punch. The sky spirit did the same. Lin Yuxing was more clear-headed. Boss, how are we going to go back after blasting the teleportation gate? Her words woke Long Fei up. Holy sh*t. That's right, if the transmission gate is destroyed, how are we to go back? Long Fei muttered in his heart. This was a very important question. The system only said that he had control over the transmission gate, but could he release it? It was not clear. Moreover, most importantly, when Li Yuanba's fist landed, the transmission gate did not waver in the slightest, and did not even cause the slightest bit of damage. The same goes for the attacks of the sky spirit. Long Fei shouted, Bemin, you go! Roar! The Bemin roared and then smashed down with its palm. His strength was incomparably strong, and he was even the strongest that Long Fei had ever seen. But the transmission gate remained unmoved. There were no changes. The Bemin could not accept it. Hugging its 2 fists together, it flew down from the sky and struck the ground. Rumble! The transmission gate remained the same, unmoving. Long Fei was stunned. He took out his dragon salure and hacked down 103023, the damage that created the 100,000 points. At the same time, a long string of HP floated above the transmission gate's head. Long Fei counted and his eyes turned white. Damn your sister. 10 billion HP, you want to kill me, right? Moreover, the force of Long Fei's slash earlier was inferior to Li Yuanba's, but when he dealt the damage, the Bemin did not cause the slightest bit of damage. In other words, this transmission gate could only be broken by Long Fei. It was impossible for other people. This was the system's setting. Long Fei paid his respects to the 18 generations of ancestors of the system in his heart. Without saying anything further, he started to attack crazily, using all of his strength to attack. Dragon Chop. Rumble. Dark Dragon God Slash. Boom. Holy Sword 81 moves. Rumble. Super Saiyan Mode Transformation. Buddha Palm Technique. Long Fei was attacking with his life on the line, and he didn't even have the chance to speak. 10 billion HP, 3 minutes, this was absolutely impossible. But he didn't want to be trapped here. He was going out. He had to get out. Demacia Justice. Boom. As the great sword slashed down, the halo on the transmission gate warped and started to fluctuate. Long Fei's heart tensed up. What if I don't succeed? The transmission gate will definitely suffer damage. Can the four Great King Kong get out? Let's take a step back. If I succeed, what if the transmission gate is unable to release it? Can they go back? System. This **T mission is really pushing Lousy to the brink of death. Long Fei felt bad and shouted at Li Yuanba. Yuanba, the four of you go in. Demonic Dragon, lead the way, the four of you. Earth Demons, Giant Demons, Lei Mo, the three of you behind us, follow the path that we went back to earlier. We have to get out, understand? Li Yuanba immediately asked. Boss, what about you? Long Fei grinned and laughed. Don't worry, when has your boss been in trouble before? You guys wait for me there. If I don't come out within 3 days, you guys go to the Nantian region first. I'll definitely get there quickly. This is an order. Quick, quick, quick. Time is life. Long Fei was now racing against the death god. Li Yuanba clenched his teeth. There must be a reason for Long Fei to do this, to rush into the transmission gate and roar out, Boss, we're waiting for you. Bemin. You go with them. Long Fei looked at the incomparably huge Bemin. Long Fei truly liked this guy from the bottom of his heart. The Bemin shook its head and said, Boss, I'm right beside you. I won't go then. Actually, he himself knew very well that he would no longer be able to enter the spatial turbulence. He would no longer be able to leave the chaos realm. At this moment, his heart was struggling, and felt somewhat painful, because he was about to be separated from Long Fei. The pain in his heart was not expressed, but he looked at Long Fei with a silly smile, and said, Boss, do your best, boss does his best. Unconsciously, his eyes became moist. Long Fei did not know about all these. Bemin, listen up, quickly follow them out. Long Fei said again. The Bemin still shook her head and said, Boss, I'm right here. At this time, Yan Huang Ancestor could not help but say, Long Fei, Bemin Large Monster can only choose one plane in his entire life. Him following you actually becoming a Chaos Realm means that he will never be able to leave the Chaos Realm. He can't get out. He also knew that's why he chose to stay. Bemin Large Monster belongs to the spatial and temporal space. Once you choose a plane, you cannot change it for the rest of your life. After Long Fei helped him, he chose to repay Long Fei without hesitation and followed him into the Chaos Realm. This past year was the happiest period of tens of thousands of years for him. Long Fei felt a sharp pain in his heart. Ancestor, why didn't you tell me? Why? Yan Huang Ancestor did not speak. He knew very well why he hadn't said it back then. Based on Long Fei's personality, once he explained all of this, Long Fei would definitely not bring Bemin into the Purple Light secret world. If he and the four Great Vajra came in, they would instantly shatter. The old patriarch did not regret his decision. Even if he knew that Long Fei would scold him, he would not regret it. If he knew about this, Long Fei would let go of the Bemin and let him return to the spatial and temporal turbulence. The Bemin Large Monster. Long Fei was the first person to submit to this kind of super beast. Yan Huang Ancestor was truly shocked. He could not let Long Fei lose such a super helper for nothing. As Long Fei looked at the Bemin Large Monster and its somewhat wet eyes, Long Fei's heart felt unspeakably uncomfortable. The Bemin was moved as well. Looking at Long Fei, she smiled honestly and said, Daddy said before that separation is short. It's preparation for the next time we meet. Boss, we'll meet again. I will wait for you in Chaos Realm. The Bemin did not want to burden Long Fei too much. After seeing this, Long Fei was now in a dilemma. On one side was a brother. On the other side was his family. Long Fei had never been so conflicted before. He really did not want to lose the Bemin. Seeing the firm expression in the Bemin's eyes, Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and said, Bemin, wait for me. I will definitely come to Chaos Realm to find you. You must wait for me. Finished. Both of Long Fei's fists exploded, as he deeply roared out, unparalleled at level 10. Super Saiyan. 10 million punches. Both fists were bombarding in a chaotic manner, bombarding, and bombarding non-stop. At the last second, clang! The teleportation gate shattered as Long Fei fell into an endless darkness. Seeing the Bemin get further and further away, Long Fei shouted, "Wait for me." At this moment the system appeared. Ding! Chapter 1080 Destination, Palace Question of God. Chapter 1080 Destination, Palace Question of God. The system beep rang. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the Transmission Gate quest. You have obtained task reward level +1, and obtained control of the teleportation gate. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the Immortal Stage level 9. The two prompts ended. Long Fei was also sucked into the endless darkness. He fell into chaos. Yen Huang Ancestor suddenly reminded, Long Fei, wake up, wake up. The transmission gate cracked. The purple light secret world also disappeared. What happened to the Bemin? Long Fei was sucked into the chaos. Following Yen Huang Ancestor's surprised cry, Long Fei let out a huge sigh. Phew! Ancestor, what's going on? Chaotic flows. The Yen Huang Ancestor said anxiously, right now, you have to listen to my commands. The power of these chaotic flows are too strong. If you are a little bit careless, you will. Without waiting for Yen Huang Ancestor to finish speaking, a power bombarded forward. Boom! Long Fei's body sank. It was as if his entire body had been hit by an electric net. At this moment, a surge of power rushed into Long Fei's body, and exploded in his mind with a wung sound. Rumble! Strength! Strength! Long Fei could clearly feel the enormous power produced by the chaos that drilled into his body. What is this? What kind of power is this? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining chaotic force. Do you wish to fuse it? Long Fei said, Fusion! I need to fuse them together. Without even thinking about it, Long Fei had already merged the power of chaos into his body. At the same time, Long Fei said to the Yen Huang Ancestor, Ancestor, do not defend. The Yen Huang Ancestor trembled and said, This is chaotic flows, you will. Don't worry. This is my destiny. Long Fei said seriously. I know what I'm doing, I can definitely endure it. He had come to the Chaos Realm to find a stronger power. Now that his strength was right in front of him, he definitely had to grasp it. Long Fei roared out and said, Come then. Buzz! Chaotic flows raged, and in the midst of them, Long Fei's entire body was released. The mind. The sea of consciousness. Blood vein. Let go of everything else and let the chaos flow into his body. Actually, Long Fei did not know that this was the highest reward for an SSS grade mission. This was the power of evolution. The power of evolution that belonged to Long Fei. His whole body was in pain, but every inch of him was evolving. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining chaotic force. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining chaotic force. Do you wish to fuse it? The system kept ringing. Just like a symphony, the climax was exciting, surging, and rippling. Power! Incomparable power! Long Fei's blood was boiling. 3 days are up. Liuanba stood up, looked at the transmission gate that had already disappeared, and muttered, Boss said before, once 3 days are up, he'll let us go to Nantian region. Boss! Arhut raised his eyes slightly, not daring to say the rest of his words. The heavenly spirit said in a trembling voice, It won't be, boss will be fine. Besides, he has the Bemin large monster by his side, so he'll be even more so. After they rushed out of the transmission gate, The transmission gate at God's martial continent's side also disappeared. Only 2 enormous stone pillars were left. Tian Xing stood in front of the pillar and said, "Long Fei will definitely come out, he will definitely come out." A little more than a year had passed. She had waited for more than a year. Never left for a day. Lin Yuxing stood up and said, "We'll follow boss's instructions and return to the Nantian region. Bring my wife. Return to Nantian region." Long Fei's words were an order. No matter what orders they came across, they would listen to them. Palace question of God. After crossing the Demon Sea. In front of us is the Nantian region. Heaven stood beside Gu Tongtian and said indifferently, "It's really strange, the nature's spirit energy in this place is too thin, it's too strange. They are both from the same plane, why is the Nantian region's nature spirit energy so thin? No one has been able to unravel this mystery for millions of years. That's why Nantian region was called the place of trash." Song Qianqing laughed coldly and said, "Don't worry about that, what we want now is Long Fei. If he doesn't appear now, we must take action." The Western Devil Lord said, "A mere Nantian region, do you really need City Lord Song to take action personally?" When Supreme God and Zhou Lai walked out, the corners of their mouths slightly lifted, revealing a cold and sinister smile. Ha ha! Yeah, the 2 of them are both at the first level of the flying immortal stage, which is more than enough to crush the entire Nantian region. And then, Gu Tongtian said lightly, "You guys go first. As for what you want to do, that is up to you." "Yes, sir!" Supreme God laughed excitedly. And then 2 streaks of light flew out, entering the Nantian region, Long Yuan Empire. At this moment, Dragon Yuan Empire, the Long family army had gathered. All these years, they just could not leave the Nantian region and were not restricted by anything. Moreover, over the years they had never stopped cultivating. Yunner's forehead tightened as she immediately cried out, "Grandfather Long, they're here!" An incomparably strong power burst out from Crazy Long's body. His voice turned heavy as he looked at the entire city of Long Army. "He's here. The arrogant immortal domain is here. What should we do?" As soon as his voice faded, the entire city was in an uproar as they roared in anger, "F***ck them." Just like that. The Long Army was completely different from the one from 9 years ago. Right now, the Long family was already filled with the 10,000 elites. 10,000 of them had activated the blood vein of the dragon race, and they had reached the super stage of evolution. Crazy Long held onto a steel spear, stared into the distance and said, "Come, do you want to touch my grandson? Today, I will let you experience the power of Long Army." It was also at this moment, Long Fei. The primordial chaos continued to grow fewer and fewer. The last surge of chaotic energy rushed into his body. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for condensing the 10-rating Immortal Foundation. Would the chaotic immortal root be merged? A paragon immortal root. Long Fei moved his body and said, "Merge." Immediately, Long Fei moved his hand, a powerful energy gushing out, directly releasing the transmission gate. Initially, he was unable to control the transmission gate, but now, he had complete control over it. Ding! Please set your destination, God's martial continent only. The destination? Long Fei thought for a while. To cut the grass, one has to remove the roots, and at the very end, one has to take out the salary. If you want to do it, turn the world upside down. If you want to poke, then you have to stab yourself with your chrysanthemum. Palace question of God. Long Fei laughed like a madman without even thinking about it, and said with a grin, "Gu Tongtian, this old man is here to kill you." Chapter 10, 81 Super Soul Treasure. Chapter 10, 81 Super Soul Treasure in midair. Suddenly, a door was pushed open. Person walked out. He stood in mid-air and looked at Palace Question of God, who was not far away, and said with a sinking voice, "Gu Tong Tian, get the hell out here." His voice shook the skies, spreading over 1,000,000 kilometers. After the reconstruction of the God Emperor city, countless of buildings collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure of the voice. Rumble! Rumble! The God Emperor's empire was in a mess. The palace walls and walls were in ruins. Some royal powerhouses were bleeding from their 7 orifices from the shock. The higher the cultivation, the more unbearable it was. God Emperor Academy. A few clan elders' blood splashed all over the place, and all the buildings in God Emperor Academy crumbled one after another. Ding! 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 The prompting sounds continuously sounded out in Long Fei's mind, and he trembled in his heart. Damn, am I so strong now? You can crush a dead person with a single word? The current Long Fei was completely different from the Long Fei of a year and a half ago. After fusing with the power of primordial chaos, his power had grown vastly different. A casual angry roar filled with powerful energy directly shook some of the flying fairyland's powerhouse to death. What was strong? This was it. The impact was the greatest in the entire outer space palace. It shook violently in midair. Who is it? Who's here? Whose voice? The faces of the clan elders on the Palace Question of God turned pale. If not for the protection of the outer space palace, they would have already died on the ground. Outer space palace, in an abyss. A wild laugh rang out. Long Fei, you're finally here. Yi's voice. In that instant, a few elders from the Palace Question of God flew out, their gazes fixated on the distant Long Fei, as they shouted out loudly, "Where did this dog come from, to dare behave atrociously here? Do you know where this is?" Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's idea moved, her pinky digging out a lump of nose poop from her nose and flicking her finger. Whoosh! Chaotic energy surged. In the blink of an eye, that elder's shitty nose pierced through his skull. Left behind a blood skeleton. Instant kill. The elder fell from the sky, unable to utter another word. Long Fei grinned and said excitedly, "Who else?" He had never thought that he would be able to kill with just his nose alone. Wasn't this too satisfying? Gu Tong Tian, this time, your father will definitely overturn all 18 generations of your ancestors, ha ha. It was precisely because of strength that Long Fei came to Palace Question of God. He wanted to flip Palace Question of God over and over. Therefore, he did not go to the Nantian region to meet up with 8 King Kong and the others. Long Fei's plan was to eliminate Gu Tong Tian and the others. This way, the Nantian region would no longer be a threat. However, Long Fei looked at Outer Space Palace, his heart sinking. Something's wrong. It was also at this time. Palace Question of God knew that the one who was standing in midair was Long Fei. It's him. It's Long Fei. Why is he here? What the hell is going on? At this time, a few elders flew out from Palace Question of God, with a cold look on his face. He snorted and said, "Kid, where do you think we are? How can you be so arrogant?" Before he could finish, 4 figures had already appeared. Buzz! Wung! 4 loud sounds of energy exploding rang out, forming a web of energy, trapping Long Fei within. The 4 of them revealed proud expressions and said, "Brat, go and die." The crushing power of the net was akin to being cut apart. He's going to die. Once the 4 elders gather their power and link it together, it would be extremely powerful. Even the powerhouse of the flying fairyland would not be able to withstand it. Ha ha! Long Fei, let's see how long you can remain arrogant for. Quite a few people from Palace Question of God laughed. However, in that moment, Long Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! Walk through the void. Long Fei's body flew out. He could penetrate any power, and landed in front of an elder and said, "I like to be arrogant, can you bite me?" His right fist moved. The furious ape roared as it punched out with its right fist at his throat. Crack! The force of the blow was in the air, and his head was hanging down. Die! The four of them were killed in less than a second. The speed at which the four of them were killed was unimaginably fast. Following that, Long Fei's eyes stared at the gigantic island-like outer space palace in the sky and said solemnly, "You're not coming out, right? I will kill until you come out." Buzz! With one step, he instantly landed at the entrance of outer space palace. Close. Quick, open the outer space palace's shield. A few urgent sounds. The sky suddenly exploded as a powerful defensive array formation was activated, forming a powerful defensive system. It was like the defensive shield of a battleship in a sci-fi movie. Even the cannon couldn't penetrate it. However, Long Fei sneered, "Is this kind of defensive formation useful to me? Idiot! Void walk." Schwa! His body entered the void, instantly teleporting out. However, right at this moment, Long Fei's void was also blocked by a powerful energy. It was impossible to penetrate. Long Fei tried again, but the result was the same as before. Yan Huang Ancestor said, "Brat, the power of this ethereal opening technique is also special. It seems like it doesn't belong to God's martial continent." Suddenly, Long Fei thought about what happened in the God Emperor Fairyland, and his heart tightened. Could it be that this was the divinity's heavenly ship? I don't care what heavenly ship, what outer space palace, no one can stop me. Long Fei's figure landed. He closed his eyes as he stood in front of the giant shield, one hand pressed against it. His heart gradually calmed down. What does he want to do? Don't tell me he wants to break the shield? I heard that no one can break the outer space palace's ancient protective shield formation. Can Long Fei? They didn't dare to think about it. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes were wide open as he roared out loudly, "Level 10 Peerless, open!" Both of his arms moved, and with two explosive sounds, the huge bodies of the two angry apes were thrown at the shield. Buzz! A burst of light spread out. Long Fei's power was instantly dissolved. At the same time, the clouds and mist that pervaded the outer space palace were shaken to the core, and for the first time in millions of years, they revealed their true form. Long Fei raised his eyes slightly, and his heart trembled. Damn, it really is a super battleship. It was incomparably huge, shrouding the sky and blotting out the sun. It covered the entire sky above God Emperor City. Everyone in God Emperor City was also shocked. They had never known that the palace question of God above them was such a colossus. To them, it was a colossus. However, in that moment, Long Fei's eyes lit up, because this flying ship was glowing with a rainbow color. A super soul treasure. Long Fei grinned. "It's mine now." Do you think you're a slut? Do you think you're a slut? As long as it was good stuff, the moment Long Fei saw it, it would be his. The outer space palace appeared in its entirety. It was pitch black, just like the alien battleships in science fiction movies. It was just that. In terms of momentum, the visual impact was much stronger than that of an alien battleship. Long Fei stood in front of it, like a small black dot. Too fierce. This guy. Ancestor, have you seen anything like this before? Long Fei asked in his heart. Yan Huang Ancestor shook his head and said, "Never seen it, never seen it." At this moment, Han Ba's voice sounded. "A bunch of Earth leopards, without even seeing the Sky Patrol ship before, are really weak." Sky Patrol ship? Long Fei's heart trembled as he said, "Great God, may I ask what our Sky Patrol ship is?" Han Ba said in disdain, "Why should I tell you? Do I know you very well?" "Heh heh. Not familiar, not a bit familiar, Han Ba. Damn, don't let me find your weakness, if not, I will cripple you." Long Fei's heart was filled with anger. "I'm really very unhappy. How dare a war pet speak to him like that? If it were not for the fact that his loyalty was at 0.00001% and could change at any time, Long Fei would have cut him down long ago. Han Ba said in disdain, "You still want to find my weakness? Kid, don't think that just because you used the god Stellastone to suppress me, you're nothing but an amazing person. If I recover a bit of my strength, I'll crush you to death with a single strand of my hair." He felt the same, extremely unhappy. Even in divinity, he had never been so useless. Yet, you became a low-level war pet? The suppressed fury in Han Ba's heart was 100,000 times stronger than what Long Fei had imagined. Long Fei said, "Come on, if you have the guts, come on out and use your hair to crush me, come on out for your father." Han Ba. Without Long Fei's consent, he wouldn't be able to break out no matter how strong he was. Long Fei disdainfully said, "Come out and bite me, damn you, use your hair to crush me to death, don't let me see if you can beat one of you. Fuck you, I have endured you for a long time." Old Fire had already woken up. Han Ba was so angry that his entire body was burning. "Brat, if you have the guts, let me out of here." Long Fei had a lowly expression on his face and said, "Let your sister go, I will not let you go, I will not let you go. I will not let you out even if I die, so what, you King came to hit me." Han Ba's anger was released and it burned with flames. He even had the heart to kill Long Fei's 800 generations of his ancestors. "Brat, there will be a day when I will skin you alive." Long Fei was not afraid in the slightest and said, "One day I will pull your tendons out. Calm down a little at your father's war pet space." Han Ba's breath was full of fire sparks. He heaved a sigh of relief. Who would dare speak to him like that? Huff, huff, huff. This is so infuriating. Han Ba was infuriated. After pausing for a few minutes, Han Ba suddenly said, "Sky Patrol ship, on behalf of the heavens, it absorbed the energy of heaven. When the god's martial continent was born, it appeared." Objective. It's very simple. He was the one who suppressed and watched over me. Because of the god's martial continent's earth shell movement, he was floating in the air from underground. Do you understand? Finished. Han Ba's aura disappeared within the war pet space, and was hidden within the darkness, not wanting to speak to Long Fei anymore. He was afraid that he would go berserk. Long Fei grinned. "How great is that? I had to be scolded before saying that. Han Ba, do you think you're cheap? At the very least, you are much more lowly than Galen's big treasured sword." Pfft. Han Ba was so angry that he vomited blood. Long Fei ignored him. A monster like Han Ba, who was the divinity's boss, not to mention vomiting blood, even if he twisted his head, he would still be able to live. Right now, the key for Long Fei was how to break the Sky Patrol ship's defensive shield. "How do I get in?" "Ancestor, do you have a way?" Long Fei asked. He did not ask Han Ba. Because Long Fei knew very well that even if he asked Han Ba, he would not tell him. The Yen Huang ancestor said, "No, I sensed it for a while. It's really absorbing the heavens' energy and providing it continuously. It's too powerful." Huff. Absorb heavenly energy? An endless supply? Long Fei exhaled and said, "As long as we can't keep up with its supply, then this shield will definitely be broken." Yen Huang ancestor asked, "Destroying the heaven power? It's impossible. What do you want to do?" Long Fei laughed excitedly and said, "Ancestor, there are times when you need to use your brain, and there are times when the simplest, most crude, and most effective method. Buzz. Super Saiyan mode, activate." Boom. Long Fei's body changed. His hair turned gold, his entire body ignited with a golden radiance. His eyes darkened as he smiled coldly at the defensive shield, and said, "Let's see whether you are faster than me or not." As soon as he finished, Long Fei's fists moved and he shouted loudly, "Come! Ah!" His fists were like lightning as they crazily attacked one area. The shadows of his fists were moving crazily, making it impossible to see them clearly. A few elders of the outer space palace stood beside the protective shield formation. Watching Long Fei's crazy attacks, they couldn't help but laugh. Everyone says that you, Long Fei, is a madman. I don't think so. Attack the shield of the outer space palace? Ha ha ha. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Long Fei, go home and drink your milk. Ha ha ha. All of the elders were incomparably pleased with themselves. It was hard to say what else, because no one could destroy the outer space palace's shield. What it absorbed was the most powerful force in the world, the power of the heavens and the earth, the power that truly belonged to the heavens. This was also the reason why he did not run out of energy despite being in God's martial continent for countless of years. In the entire God's martial continent, this was the place with the densest amount of sky and earth aura. Break the Sky Patrol ship's shield? It was simply impossible. Long Fei didn't stop to rest. His fists moved even faster, and every time he punched, he moved with full force, releasing the strongest power from the Super Scion. Buzz. Ding. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for increasing his chaotic immortal foundation by 1 level. Strength increased. Long Fei continued to attack. It continued to emit furious roars. On the other hand, the elders of Outer Space Palace all had faces full of scorn and scorn. Kid, don't worry about it. Long Fei, you are really stupid. Use a little more strength, haven't you eaten? Ha ha ha. Mad and pleased with himself, he mocked him crazily as well. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Long Fei had struck darkness. The entire God Emperor city's circumference of 5,000 kilometers trembled as the power of his body exploded outwards, fist after fist. I don't believe it. Mountain hit fist. 1,000,000 strong. Facing this super spiritual treasure, he had to get his hands on it. If he were to bring it back to the Nantian region, could it be that he was trying to pull the fast one? Chapter 1083 Grafting of the Main Brain. Chapter 1083 Grafting of the Main Brain, the most crucial point. The palace question of God was Gu Tongtian's lair. If he messed with his old nest, it would cause an explosion. Break for me. Suddenly, Long Fei's strength changed abruptly as a surge of chaotic force was released from his body. The King Kong Fury ape on his fist turned into an even more terrifying beast. The fierce beast's head was smashed down heavily. Crack! The shield began to crack. Long Fei was shocked. Ha ha ha. This is the moment. Divine power of primordial chaos. Buzz! The chaotic immortal foundation was released from Long Fei's body, the power of the Great Circle of the 10 rating. This was a power condensed from the chaos energy of the primordial chaos. Once its power erupted, it would be unstoppable. With the sudden change in power, the speed had increased. At this time, the amount of heaven and earth energy the Sky Patrol ship was absorbing had become rather low, and the heaven and earth aura around the palace question of God had become extremely sparse. The energy of the world within 1,000,000 km area rushed madly towards him. However, Long Fei would not give it a chance to repair itself. Bring it on. Ridiculous. Are you even worthy? Long Fei's face was sinister, his fist was already bleeding. He fiercely smashed towards the crack, and in the end, he roared out in his heart, "Great sword!" A sword of justice descended from the sky, accurately striking the crack. Crack! Gotcha! Rumble, rumble, rumble! The protective shield shattered as Long Fei charged in with a step. The moment Long Fei rushed in, the shield was repaired in a few seconds. It was too fast, the speed was too fast. Long Fei was secretly shocked. This is definitely a super spiritual treasure. This kind of shield is already an invincible existence. The moment it fell, the corners of Long Fei's mouth hooked up. He looked at the elders who were in a daze with stiff smiles and stunned expressions and said, "Laugh, keep smiling for this daddy." "Why aren't you laughing?" No one could laugh now. A chill ran through his body, and fear filled his heart. Long Fei took a light step forward. "Are you not laughing? Now it's my turn." His figure moved. It instantly appeared in front of an elder, and with a sinister look in its eyes, it punched out. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for killing. Instant kill. Boom. Another instant kill. These Fairy Hall Elders were all in the Yuan-Xian realm, and now, to Long Fei, these people were too weak. "Gu Tongtian, get your ass out here!" Long Fei killed his way up. Everywhere he went, besides the corpses, there were also corpses. Don't kill me, I'm innocent. Long Fei, I didn't do anything, definitely would not be the slightest bit lenient towards someone from the palace question of God. Ever since the first time he had come to the palace question of God, he had thought of wanting to beat him up. Now that he had come, he wanted to kill him. Star Spirit Messenger all rushed out. The dragon salure in Long Fei's hand dropped and slashed. Over 100 Star Spirit Messenger-s were completely destroyed. Quick, open the shield. I want to get out. I want to get out. Save me. Great Elder. Save me. This was the first time in the history of the Outer Space Palace that this was happening. Long Fei killed anyone he saw. He needed a large amount of experience in order to find one, and there were still 1 billion experience points left to the Flying Fairyland. On Palace Question of God, the last dozen or so elders trembled as they retreated. Long Fei walked into the Hall of Immortals, coldly laughed and said, "Aren't you guys high up in the sky? Didn't you put yourselves in front of the gods' martial continents, God? Come on. Let me, a mortal, experience the power of your God." No one dared to step forward. "You don't dare to come, right?" Long Fei fiercely rushed forward, and grabbed onto one of the clan elders' head, and started to use his strength. Bang! The head ruptured. Plop! One of the clan elders knelt down on the ground in fright as his face turned pale white. "Long Fei, all of this is the fault of the Supreme God and Gu Tongtian. We did not do anything, A few other people also quickly kneeled on the ground and begged, "Long Fei, please spare our lives. Long Fei, hurry up and return to the Nantian region. Gu Tongtian is going to fight the Nantian region." He summoned all of the Flying Fairy Stronger Man-s in the God's Martial Continent to attack your family. Long Fei's mind tightened, and instantly grabbed a person, and said, "They went to the Nantian region? This is bad." Those elders immediately said, "Gu Tongtian took away all the powerhouse, and they want to start a war with your Nantian region, now. I'm afraid they've already started fighting." Gu Tongtian. Long Fei's eyes were bloodshot. He roared fiercely. Rumble! Hall of Immortals trembled. The dozen or so elders within the Hall of Immortals were instantly crushed by the aura that erupted from Long Fei's body until their minds were shattered, their internal organs turning into a pile of meat paste. They were all instantly killed. Long Fei thought that Gu Tongtian was still in immortal domain. However, he had miscalculated. The idea moved. Transmission gate. Ding. System notification. Unable to use, filling with transmission gate's energy. F***CK. Long Fei cursed. It was also at this time. A system notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining A-Class Sky Patrol Ship S. Do you want them to connect to the main brain of the Sky Patrol ship? Suddenly. Huff. Long Fei heaved a heavy sigh and immediately said, "Connect." He had no other choice. The transmission gate's cooldown could not be used. Even if his current speed was any faster, he would need a day or two to rush back to God's martial continent. A day or two, to a flying fairy stronger man, would be equivalent to a dead zone. It was an unrecoverable amount of time. Long Fei was not in a hurry. He couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he finished his sentence, Long Fei's brain felt as if it had been completely sucked dry, and it suddenly sank down beside him. Ah! Hugging his brain with both of his hands, all kinds of powerful strength surged into his body. The power in his brain was also continuously pouring out, joining together with the main brain of the Sky Patrol ship. Han Ba was shocked and said, "Brat, are you seeking death? To actually be able to receive the power of the main brain, are you able to withstand the power of this heavenly ship?" Ah! Long Fei's head felt like it was about to explode. Connect to the main brain of the ship, and you can use your idea to control it. However, the energy of the main brain of the ship was too dense, and the process of docking was extremely painful. If one could not withstand it, they would collapse. Boss! Boss! The Golden Dragon Master wanted to help Long Fei defend himself, but his powers could not enter Long Fei's brain at all. It was a type of fusion of ideas powers, making it impossible for him to defend himself. No need. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Ah! Long Fei rolled on the ground in pain. His teeth were about to shatter, he had to endure it, forcefully endure it. Only the main brain, which was controlling the Sky Patrol ship, knew how to make it fly. No one in the gods' martial continent could do this. He had to do it. Chapter 1084 Invincible, Sky Patrol Ship. Chapter 1084 Invincible, Sky Patrol Ship. He wanted to make this guy fly. He wanted to make this super spiritual treasure listen to his control. What was pain? The thing that Long Fei was least afraid of was the pain in his body. Only when he had experienced pain would he understand how weak he was. Only then would he be able to not forget how strong his heart had become. Only pain can make you see yourself more clearly. Long Fei endured it completely by himself. All the veins on his body bulged, his entire body turned scarlet red, his face turning black. This was the first time Long Fei experienced such pain. The 46 dragon patriarchs were all extremely worried. Yan Huang Ancestor was also extremely nervous. He had no way to stop Long Fei, and he knew Long Fei's personality very well. Once he made a decision, no one would be able to stop him. "Kid, you have to hold on." Han Ba was shocked. This boy is a little interesting. A second was like a year. 10 minutes passed. Long Fei felt as if he had died 10,000 times. His entire brain was going to become numb from the pain. Finally, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei and Sky Patrol Ship. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining A-Class Sky Patrol Ship. Battleship. Sky Patrol Ship Level. Level 1 Energy. Level 1 Attack. 0. Can be equipped. Defense. Level 1 Invincible Description. Sky Patrol Ships are substitute Sky Patrol battleships, they do not contain any attack. Description 2. Sky Patrol ship can absorb the energy of heaven and earth and convert it into energy for flight. Description 3. The host brain can control the Sky Patrol ship completely. Description 4. Unknown. A series of attributes of Sky Patrol ship appeared in the system. Level, Invincible, Energy Invincible, Defense Invincible. The heck, why was his attack 0? Your sister. Long Fei was a little confused. How infuriating. If his attack was also at the invincible level, then Gu Tongtian was nothing. However, When he saw the 3 words, "can be equipped" on the attack type, Long Fei's heart trembled slightly as he thought to himself, "Can holy artillery be equipped? I think we should give it a try. If we add 4 holy artillery S into the mix, the attack power should be able to increase by a level. Let's not worry about that for now." Long Fei moved and said, "Enter the main brain control room." Buzz! A plain control interface appeared in Long Fei's mind. There were all kinds of control buttons and descriptions of the situation inside the Sky Patrol ship. Huh! There's a person locked up here? Release them. Long Fei moved and immediately ordered the Sky Patrol ship to open the dungeon door. Huh! This is a closed-door cultivation room. How many people are there? Who are these people? Long Fei moved and ordered, "Open the closed-door cultivation room." This place. It should be the forbidden grounds cultivated by the Supreme Elders, right? The place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is the densest. What is this pool? Why is there a special kind of power spreading around? Long Fei had complete control of the Sky Patrol ship now, and nothing could escape his control. And then, Long Fei locked his gaze at a certain spot and issued an order. "Target Nantian region, use all your firepower. Let's go." Woo! Woo woo! The sky seemed to be about to split open as the sky above God Emperor City trembled. The entire God Emperor City was shaking. He flew away. He flew away. The palace question of God flew away. An intense flame flashed, and the Sky Patrol ship charged out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the surrounding area of God Emperor City became thinner than the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on Nantian region. Countless warriors could no longer feel the power of celestial. The reason the immortal domain became the strongest location in the 5 great regions was because of this Sky Patrol ship. Automatic cruise. Long Fei passed the brain control to the main character, and then walked out. At this time, Yi walked to the palace question of God, looked at the Long Fei in the Hall of Immortals, and started laughing excitedly. Ha ha. Good kid, you really aren't simple. Long Fei was startled and also excited. Senior Yi. It was also at this time, in another place, Gu Wuji shouted loudly, "Who caused the palace question of God to become like this? You're looking to die, aren't you?" Tai Hong followed beside him and was extremely furious. This man is dead for sure. If he dares to behave so atrociously in the palace question of God, he's dead for sure. Suddenly, when Gu Wuji saw Yi at the entrance of the Hall of Immortals, his gaze darkened. He laughed disdainfully. "Yi, I didn't think you were still alive. How was it? How did it feel in the dungeon?" Long Fei took a step forward and exposed a cold smile at Gu Wuji. "Gu Wuji, how have you been?" Gu Wuji's face darkened. "Long Fei." Tai Hong's eyes turned sinister and he snorted. "Long family trash, why are you here? Could you have caused this palace question of God to become like this?" Long Fei grinned and chuckled. "Guess?" He didn't think that Gu Wuji was still in closed-door cultivation. This was a special gift to him. Back then in Nantian region, if it wasn't for the 2 of them, the 2 Yan Huang ancestors would not have gotten injured, and not so many of their disciples would have died. These 2 fellows. Long Fei looked at the 2 of them full of playfulness. Gu Wuji laughed out loud and said, "Just a trash from your Nantian region? Long Fei, there's a path to heaven that you have yet to take. There's no door to hell yet, and if you barge in, today will be your funeral." He had not noticed the cultivation level of Long Fei at all. Tai Hong said, "Brother Gu, leave this kind of trash to me. You are now a powerhouse of the fitted realm. Killing this kind of trash would be dishonorable." As soon as he finished, Tai Hong leaped up heavily, the rainbow sword in his hand pointed at the space between Long Fei's eyebrows, and he said, "Brat, die for me." Long Fei slightly raised his eyes, and stood in place without moving. Yi was worried. Buzz! The long sword was caught between Long Fei's two fingers. His fingers gently exerted force. Boom! The sword broke into two. Long Fei moved his body a little, and the sword on his finger immediately pierced through Tai Hong's head. You want to be cocky with me? Who's going to die now? Too fast. It was so fast that even Gu Wuji could not react in time. Long Fei hooked his finger at Gu Wuji and laughed. Great God of the fitted realm, it's your turn. Gu Wuji's eyes turned sinister as he said, Long Fei, even if you have become stronger, you are still not my opponent, and you are now in the first stage of the Unity Immortal Realm. Ah! In just a few short years, no matter how fast his breakthrough speed was, it was impossible for him to surpass Duan Ling Tian. However, who is Long Fei? The instant Gu Wuji charged over, Long Fei's figure disappeared and a voice sounded in the air. Back then, when you made a move on my Long family today, I will destroy your primordial spirit. In the sky, the power of 5 fingers pressed down heavily. It directly crushed Gu Wuji to the point he knelt on the ground. Bam! Gu Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale white. Impossible, impossible, you can't be stronger than me. At this moment, Yi swiftly rushed forward and said, Long Fei, don't kill him, he's Gu Tongtian's grandson. It was also at this time. A system notification rang out. We still have 10 seconds to reach our destination. Chapter 1085 Nantian Region is finished. Chapter 1085 Nantian Region is finished. Gu Tongtian's grandson? Long Fei was shocked when he heard this news. Not to mention Long Fei, even Gu Wuji himself was shocked and a little confused. He didn't even know it. He also learned about it by chance. Long Fei withdrew his strength, and upon hearing the voice of the system beep, said lightly, Then I'll let you live for now. Gu Wuji looked at Yuan. What did you say just now? I am the grandson of the highest elder? Impossible, why don't I know myself? Yi Dao said, There are a lot of things you don't know about. Do you think that the reason you have been able to break through to the fitted realm all these years is because of your own hard work? That's because Gu Tongtian is helping you. Gu Wuji had a stupefied expression. He never would have thought that Gu Tongtian was his grandfather. Boom! Boom! Explosions erupted in the sky above the Yuan Long dynasty. Report. Cyan Dragon Gate has fallen. The Immortal Domain army is about to collapse. Your Majesty, quickly retreat. Report. The Vermilion Bird sect has fallen. 2 flying fairyland powerhouses have already rushed into the city. News of the loss of the city gates continued to spread within the imperial palace. In the main hall, Long Zhanhai's eyes became lifeless and he fell to the ground. We're finished, we're done for, Yuan Long dynasty is done for. Where's the old man? Long Zhanhai's mind was a complete blank. He never thought that the Immortal Domain's army would come, and they were all powerhouses. They were too strong. To the extent that he was unshakable, the Long army was not even a match for him. Long family was not a match at all. One of the guards said, The old master led the Long family's disciples to defend the White Tiger sect. Your Majesty, we should evacuate. We can keep them here, we're not afraid of not having enough firewood. Let's go. A civil servant tried to persuade him. Long Zhanhai slowly stood up, exhaling a heavy breath, he said, Withdraw? Where to retreat to? We have nowhere to go, and the disciples of Long family never escape. Isn't it just the Immortal Domain army? Let's see just how strong you are. Boom! A dragon's roar came from Long Zhanhai's body, and many dragon's scales appeared from his body. He took a step forward and shouted, All the guards in the palace, come with me. As soon as he finished, the guards outside the hall were all startled. Kill! Long Zhanhai rushed out of the hall, looked at the sky, and said to himself, Long Fei, hand this to my Yuan Long dynasty, I will definitely not lose it. even at the cost of my life. Dressed in golden armor, Long Zhanhai stepped onto a demon beast and roared, "Kill! Black Tortoise Sect! Roar!" The flames were soaring, and the ice within the flames was extremely cold. It could even be described as ice and fire, instantly blocking the incoming immortal domain warriors. The spear of the wolf god. Cut them loose. Xiao Bai and the two divine beasts, ice and fire, were guarding the Black Tortoise Gate. At this moment, the two of them had already reached adulthood, and the bodies of ice and fire had become incomparably large. Furthermore, the dragon scales on their bodies were still undergoing transformations, and their wings were about to retreat. They were truly transforming into dragons. Xiao Bai's entire body burned with flames, black flames. Like a hellhound. "Come on. All of you are king here. Is the immortal domain amazing?" Xiao Bai shouted angrily. Black flames burned even more fiercely. The spears of the wolf god stabbed down one after another, turning a few of the warriors into sieves. "Grandpa Long, you retreat first, we'll block." Jojo's body radiated with the power of the phoenix. The leopard girl made a grab in the air and shot out a spear. Her body leaped up to the top of the city gate tower and stabbed towards one of the powerhouses in the sky. Lu Luoxi, Xiao Tiantian, Yi Zian and the other two were doing their best to resist. The entire Xianjian sect resisted. However, their strength was too weak when compared to the powerhouse. Buzz! An explosion sounded out in the air. Supreme God was enraged and coldly snorted, "You trash, you can't even beat two animals, what use do I have for trash like you? Everyone move out of the way." The Supreme God glared at Binghua and Xiao Bai with a sneer, "You are the two-war pet that Long Fei took in, right? Who the K are you? Is my boss a name you can call?" Xiao Bai said in a fierce, very arrogant voice. Supreme God squinted his eyes slightly. His murderous intent stirred as he said solemnly, "Not bad, what kind of master you have, what kind of beast are you? Die." The flying fairyland was released. A powerful force directly crushed both Xiao Bai and Ice Fire. Completely immobilized. They are kings in the Nantian region, but Immortal Domain was simply too powerful. It was fine to deal with normal warriors, but they were not a match for the cultivation of the flying fairyland. Binghua and Xiao Bai looked at each other and laughed at the same time. There was no way to escape. In another place, Buzz! When Zhou Lai made his move, a ray of devilish fire burned and directly burned away all of Jojo's phoenix power. Zhou Lai smiled obscenely, "I want all of Long Fei's women. Ha ha ha! All of you, become my playthings." Shua! The pressure of the flying immortal on Zhou Lai's body was released, and he smashed down heavily. Everything was falling apart. It was already a miracle that they were able to persevere to this point. There was simply no comparison between Nantian region and Immortal Domain. Is it over? Is it over? Facing Flying Fairy Stronger Man, they appeared to be powerless. The Supreme God laughed coldly and said, "You're about to die and you're still laughing? Go to hell." A palm slammed down. Suddenly, a gigantic black knife appeared in front of him, and a middle-aged man stood in mid-air, his eyes gloomy as he stared at Supreme God and said, "They are right. You don't have the qualifications to call me boss." Divine Emperor Saber Technique. Boom! He slashed with his blade, and the blade chi, which was visible to the naked eye, appeared out of the blade and directly destroyed the move of the Supreme God. Buzz! Without waiting for Supreme God to come from the side, a fiery red sword chi attacked them. With an armor sound, 3 sword spirits floated beside them, the idea moved, and the sword spirits immediately tied Supreme God up. Blade Waltz. In another place. Rumble. Zhou Lai's strength struck down, causing dust to fly everywhere. Long Sanfeng immediately asked, "Is everyone hurt?" "I'm fine. I'm fine too." Just now, there seemed to be a fatty blocking all the attacks. At this moment, after the dust settled, a fatty stood there. With a cold smile on his face, he stared at Zhou Lai, who was in the air, and said, "Is this all you have? Too weak." Heh heh. The fat man Chun turned around to look at the rest of the Long family and said slightly, "Long Fei is my boss. As long as I still have a breath of life left, they won't be able to harm you all." Then, Fat Man Chun stared at the sky and said, "Come again." Gu Tongtian smirked. "These people have finally arrived. Give them a little more difficulty." Buzz! In that instant, 8 flying fairyland powerhouses descended. Gu Tongtian sneered. "Long Fei, are you still not going to appear? Your men are going to die immediately." Advertisement. Advertisement. The 8 flying fairyland powerhouses descended. Seeing that the 8 powerhouses had come to help, Supreme God and Zhou Lai immediately became complacent. "Last time in the immortal domain, I should have killed all of you. Who can save you all today?" As soon as Supreme God finished speaking, in that instant, a flying fairy stronger man instantly appeared beside Supreme God. Supreme God's figure moved, his gaze locked onto the black knife and smashed down heavily. Then the flying fairyland's powerhouse would also suddenly attack Aoya. Zhou Lai also attacked at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A huge rumbling sound came from both the Black Tortoise sect and the White Tiger sect. The battle between the Black Knife and the Supreme God was so fierce that the sky and earth became dark, and they were evenly matched. It was the same for Oya. Although her strength had yet to reach flying fairyland, her comprehension of sword intent had already reached an extremely high realm. The 3 sword spirits followed her like shadows, as if she was not a single person, but rather 3. On the White Tiger sect's side, Zhou Lai and the other flying fairy stronger man started to attack Chen Tianfei crazily. His huge body was at the entrance of the city, tenaciously resisting the onslaught. "Is that all you have? Is that all you can do?" Too weak, not even enough strength to tickle Lousy. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but his expression and aura was still as fierce as before. Long Sanfeng was slightly taken aback. "Who are these people?" Fu Shishan hurriedly walked over and said, "Grandpa Long, do you remember me? I am Fu Shishan of the Fengyuan Business Alliance." "Sister Yun Shan?" Xiao Tiantian was startled, and then, seeing Fu Shishan, he asked somewhat excitedly, "Why are you here? Are they all yours?" If not for the voice being a little familiar, Xiao Tiantian would not have recognized him. After all, at that time Fu Shishan was wearing a veil. Long Sanfeng was also shocked. "Fengyuan Business Alliance, Fu Shishan? You are the Pavilion Master Fu?" It was the continued life pill that Fu Shishan had given him. If not for the pill she had given him, he would have died a long time ago. And then, Long Sanfeng immediately said, "Pavilion Master Fu, this is a matter of my Long family, there is no need for you to get involved, let's go quickly." He didn't want Fu Shishan to get involved in this war, and this war was one-sided at that. They couldn't hold on for much longer, and the Yuan Long dynasty was finished. The immortal domain was finished. Fu Shishan said, "Grandpa Long, they are palace question of goddess of the immortal domain. There are only a few golden immortals and Yuan Xian realm experts on the ground, as well as a large group of flying fairylandes in the sky. They are all waiting." Long Sanfeng said, "Waiting for what?" Long Sanfeng was baffled by the sudden arrival of so many super powerhouses. Why was he facing them now? No reason at all. Fu Shishan's gaze sank and said, "They are waiting for Long Fei to appear. They want Open Dragon Domain Long Fei. The reason why they want to start a war is because they want you to threaten Long Fei and force him to appear." Long Fei. Boss. Young master. Everyone's hearts tightened. Especially Jojo, the leopard girl, Lu Luoshi and the others, their hearts were all at their throats. For more than 5 years, they thought about him day and night. He had just broken through the defense line of the desolate warrior a while back, and he was still thinking of going to the immortal domain to look for Long Fei recently. Without waiting for them to go to the immortal domain came here first. How is Long Fei? What's wrong with that scoundrel? Boss is really amazing. He's able to offend so many awesome people in an instant. Sister Yunshan, quickly tell me. Everyone was very excited. It was because they were worried about Long Fei, the man they missed day and night. Long Sanfeng appeared to be very calm, but he was also worried about Long Fei in his heart. With an impatient look in his eyes, he asked, "Is Xiao Fei still doing well?" Fu Xishan didn't know how to answer because she didn't know what Long Fei's situation was right now either. She said, "He told us to come here and reunite with him." Jojo grabbed onto Fu Xishan as her tears flashed. "Big sister Yunshan, where exactly is young master?" "Yeah, where did he go?" The girls looked at Fu Xishan. She shook her head and said, "At the moment, I don't know where he is. I believe he will. He will come. Grandfather Long, the most important thing to do now is to stop the Immortal Domain's army and delay them as much as possible." Fu Xishan was also worried for Long Fei. He was shouting in his heart, "Long Fei, where are you?" Long Sanfeng withdrew the worry in his heart. His gaze darkened and the killing intent that emanated from his body dissipated. He said in a heavy tone, "If you want to capture my grandson, you have to ask whether I agree or not. If you provoke me, I will do anything." It was also at this time. Long Zhanhai rushed up with a large group of imperial guards and said, "Father, you have brought all of them." Behind them were all the disciples of the Long family. The disciples who owned Long family blood vein, and all of them increased their blood vein's activation rate to over 90%, each of them able to transform into a dragon. Long Sanfeng's gaze darkened and he said, "Release the pills. You're messing with my grandson? Anyone that dares to touch Xiao Fei, this daddy will fight to the death with him." Long Sanfeng appeared extremely angry. Long Fei's life was more important than his own, no matter what happened in Immortal Domain, no matter what Long Fei did, even if he was unforgivable, Long Sanfeng had to use his life to protect him. Because Long Fei was his grandson, the grandson of the Long family. Ha! Boom! Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. At the same time, they were both holding pellets in their hands. These pellets were the exploding pellets that Long Fei left for them. They could raise their cultivation, and it would even cause the blood vein in their bodies to boil even more. All that was left was the heartbeat and stimulation. Long Sanfeng looked up into the sky, let out a loud shout and said, "If you want to touch my grandson, even the Emperor himself cannot. If you have the guts, come down and kill me." He was over 80 years old, and his arrogance didn't decrease in the slightest. This was the personality of the people of Long family. Even when facing the heavens, he was still as arrogant as ever. Gu Tongtian frowned. He was displeased to hear Long Sanfeng's words. A bad old man dares to be so arrogant in front of me? The other 4 flying fairy stronger man's attack. Let me see what kind of power a lowly Long family like you still has. As soon as he finished, the 4 flying fairy stronger man's, who were floating in the air, suddenly took action, charging towards the Black Tortoise sect and the White Tiger sect respectively. Boom! Boom! To deal with one person would be fine, but to deal with 2 flying fairy stronger man's at the same time, the Black Knife and Aoya were not his match at all. Xiao Bai and Ice and Fire also rushed forward in an instant. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them were sent flying. Chen Tianfei crawled up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, exposing his bloody teeth, and said, "Come again, with just this amount of strength? Come again." Supreme God snorted, "You overestimate your capabilities, go and die." The 8 flying fairy stronger man's moved at the same time. It landed on their heads with a cold and disdainful look in its eyes. Supreme God shouted, "Kill!" Chapter 1087, Me is your ancestor. Chapter 1087, Me is your ancestor, kill. His voice was deafening. The 8 of them attacked at the same time. Xiao Bai looked to the sky and muttered, "Boss, I will be leaving first." Binghua smiled and said, "This life is worth it." The black knife was breathing heavily and was extremely unwilling. It wanted to go to the black knife that was not far from its body, but its body could not move at all. Aoya was also struggling with all her might, but she couldn't do it. Chen Tianfei was firmly pressed to the ground by the pressure of the 3 flying fairy stronger man-as. At this moment, death was coming. They had no way to resist. He could fight one-on-one, but to be able to handle a few flying fairyland powerhouses at the same time, their cultivation was still not at that level yet. Long Sanfeng looked at them and shouted, "Long Army, get ready!" Ha! He took out the mystic blast pill. The Supreme God stood in midair and excitedly laughed, "Kill them all!" However, at this moment, without waiting for Supreme God to finish speaking, he moved in the air and a guy with a huge body, full of golden armor and holding a giant spirit axe walked out. "I'll kick your grandmother's leg." The axe ruthlessly hacked down. Boom! With an unstoppable force, the axe chopped down. The Supreme God didn't even have time to react before he was struck by the axe in an instant, heavily hitting the ground. It was as though the ground had exploded, leaving a gigantic crater in the ground. In the center of the crater, Supreme God's face was pale as he spat out blood. His body was twitching and his eyes were trembling. This power was too powerful. You, who are you?" The Supreme God's voice trembled. Li Yuanba grinned. "I am your ancestor." Before he could finish, his figure disappeared and like a super cannonball, he fell straight down into the crater. "Master, save me! Save me! Quick, quick, save me!" Rumble! With a flash of golden light, a powerful shock wave burst out, shaking the entire area of millions of kilometers. If Supreme God had smashed onto the ground like a cannonball, then it would have been a nuclear explosion right now. Dust rose. He couldn't see what was going on inside. After half a minute, a tall and sturdy man slowly walked out from the dust. Carrying the giant spirit axe on his shoulder, his muscles seemed to have expanded from the explosion. He was like a war god. When the dust settled, Supreme God turned into a pile of meat as he died a miserable death. He had a stupefied expression on his face, and did not even know how he died. At that moment, even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Li Yuanba's attack was extremely powerful. Seeing Li Yuanba walk out, the Long Army started to boil. It's generally, he's back, he's back, he's back from the savage domain. Ha ha ha! Long Sanfeng was also incomparably excited. It could be seen that Li Yuanba's current cultivation had already reached an extremely strong realm, and the gigantic axe and golden armor on his body had completely transformed. At the same time, 3 flying fairyland powerhouses attacked the Fat Menchin. Right at the moment when their attacks were about to land, the air twisted, the evil eyes of the heavenly spirit turned into 2 claws, and an incomparably thick power of the Dost appeared on all 5 of their fingers. The black flames of death were clearly visible. Heh heh! Ghost Vein Divine Art, 9th stage. Kill! His figure shot out, directly passing through the bodies of the 3 flying fairy stronger manes, and was completely unable to resist the attack. At this moment, as the sky spirit descended, the corners of its mouth curled up into a devilish sneer. It said softly, "Die!" Crack! The bodies of the 3 flying fairy stronger manes were quickly petrified and started to crack. In the sky above the entire Yuan Long royal city, there was only silence. The 2 of them appeared. He had completely suppressed a first-stage flying immortal powerhouse. It was so powerful that it was a complete mess. Lin Yuxing and Arhat walked out of the void together with Heavenly Star. The five of them walked in front of Long Sanfeng and said in a heavy tone, "Grandpa Long." Long Sanfeng replied excitedly, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Li Yuanba said, "Grandpa Long, we've met boss. He's definitely on his way back. He might be arriving soon." Long Sanfeng was startled. Jojo immediately rushed forward and said, "Did you see young master? Where is he?" Li Yuanba said, "Boss saved us in the savage domain, then went to a mysterious place. When we separated later on, he told us to come to the Nantian region first, and he arrived shortly. Don't worry. Boss will definitely come." Li Yuanba turned and jumped onto the city wall. It was also at this time. Whoosh! The Jinn leaped up to the wall. Whoosh! Lin Yuxing and Arhat stood on the city wall. Crack! The black knife gripped the big black knife tightly and leapt up with a single step. Oya flew up as well. Fatman Chen grinned excitedly and laughed, saying, "Ha ha." He landed on the city wall. 8 King Kong, 7 King Kongs is gathered. The 7 of them were like 7 war gods, standing on top of the city wall. Holy King Kong Li Yuanba, demon subduing Vajra Arhat, God. Water King Kong Lin Yuxing, Yuling Guardian Warrior Heavenly Spirit, Holy Armor King Kong Chen Tianfei, Sword Force King Kong Oya, Arrogant Knife King Kong Black Knife. 7 people. Their powers were all different and very special. At this moment, it was as if their powers resonated with each other. The 7 of them looked at each other. There was a feeling of extreme familiarity between them, as if they were thanking their old friends who had known them for decades. It was just that. Their strength was still a little short of reaching the perfection stage. They were still missing 1 King Kong, Arhat King Kong. Li Yuanba became excited. He raised his eyes slightly, stared into the depths of the clouds, and suddenly roared out, "You dare touch my boss? Do you think you are qualified? Come on!" Ha ha ha! The 7 of them burst out laughing at the same time. Ha ha ha! He was incredibly excited. The backs of the 7 people were incomparably tall. Long Sanfeng was excited for Long Fei, but at the same time he was worried, because the real powerhouse had yet to appear. If it was really like what Fu Shishan had said, then Yuan Long Royal City would probably not be able to escape a calamity today. Long Sanfeng thought in his heart, "Xiao Fei, where exactly are you?" Ding! I have reached Nantian region. Long Fei moved. Search the entire Yuan Long Royal City. Search complete. Yuan Long Dynasty is 13 million kilometers away, estimated time, 10 seconds. Let's go. Long Fei controlled the main brain and shouted. At this moment, Long Fei arrived at the forbidden grounds of the Outer Space Palace, which was also where Gu Tongtian was cultivating. Ifatsi said, "I don't know either." However, Yan Huang Ancestor's face was full of excitement as he said, "The deity's lake that washes the spirit is able to condense the body and become a deity's lake." Long Fei shook and immediately asked, "Are you saying that it can recreate a physical body?" Yan Huang Ancestor said, "As long as there is a primordial spirit, it can reform the body. This is the spirit treasure of the Invincible realm. I never expected it to be here." Long Fei did not care about what treasure it was. He only cared about one thing. "Ancestor, can you rebuild your body here?" Chapter 1088 Descent of Hell. Chapter 1088 Descent of Hell. In the air, above the Yuan Long Royal City. Gu Tongtian looked at Heaven and said, "These are the 4 evolved people you spoke of?" Heaven said slightly, "That's right, we want to compare them to when they first came out, because their strength has now become stronger." Stronger? That's only for trash of the first rank of the flying immortal stage. Western Devil Lord sneered. Gu Tongtian smiled slightly and said, You appeared one after another, so all of Long Fei's forces should be here, right? Dark Domain Lord Song Qianqing said, one more to go. Who? Everyone looked at Song Qianqing. Song Qianqing laughed. Did you forget Long Fei's father? Long Zhanting? Gu Tongtian squinted his eyes and laughed coldly. A person who has signed a contract with the god of death, even if someone like him were to appear, he wouldn't be able to do anything. In addition, Gu Tongtian did not continue and only revealed a smirk. Western Devil Lord looked at Gu Tongtian. This time, the aura emitted from Gu Tongtian's body was completely different from a year ago. Not a breakthrough. Rather, there was a power that he had never seen before, a power that did not belong to the god's martial continent. Gu Tongtian's voice turned cold and said, "It's time to teach the Long family a lesson, and let them know what a god above the god's martial continent is. Who's going to fight?" "I'll do it," Song Qianqing slightly moved and said with a smile, "Let them have a taste of Hell's Wheel." Many powerhouse were startled. Hell Wheel, the domain treasure of the Dark Domain. One of the 5 domain treasures of the god's martial continent. The Hell's Wheel's power hadn't appeared for millions of years. No one here knew what kind of power it was and exactly how strong it was. A lot of people thought it had disappeared. However, no one knew that it had always been in the Dark Domain and had always been in the hands of the Qianji city's Song family. Furthermore, no one knew its secret. Gu Tongtian said indifferently, "Brother Song, I am relieved to see you out." "Heh heh." Song Qianqing moved and disappeared. Next, a few Dark Domain-s followed closely behind Song Qianqing and rushed down. Hell's Wheel, Dark Domain treasure. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of the Song family. According to the legends, the Hell Wheel is the power of death, capable of reaping the lives of anyone in the world. Everyone whispered amongst themselves. Gu Tongtian slightly narrowed his eyes as he muttered in his heart, "Hell Wheel, Song Qianqing, you've hidden yourself really well." Buzz! An explosion sounded in the sky. Song Qianqing landed, with a face full of contempt, looked at the 7 people standing on the city wall and said, "How do you want to die? I have 108 ways of dying, and you can choose from them as you wish." Chen Tianfei reminded everyone, "This guy's aura is very strong, everybody be careful." "I do." Without waiting for Chen Tianfei to finish speaking, Li Yuanba shouted, "Attack together, beat him to death." "What do you mean by nonchalant? They would just attack together and kill him." Chen Tianfei stared blankly for a moment, then laughed. "I like your temper. Then let's attack together." In that instant, the sarcophagus on Li Yuanba's back suddenly dropped, his right hand pressing onto the sarcophagus as he muttered an incantation, speaking in a language that no one else could understand. The giant spirit coffin began to tremble. It was as if a colossus was about to burst out of the coffin. The mysterious runes on the coffin seemed to have come to life, crawling up Li Yuanba's body along his right hand. In a few seconds, his body would be covered with runes. Eyes wide with anger. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Boom! Boom! The giant spirit axe on Li Yuanba's shoulder landed heavily, pointed at Song Qianqing in the air and roared, "Kill him!" Roar! Divine power erupted as he took a step forwards in the air. The space beneath his feet shattered from his stomps as his silhouette became a straight line, shuttling through the air. In an instant, the other 6 men moved at the same time. Song Qianqing sneered coldly, "A bunch of trash that doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." He made a grasping motion with his right hand. "Hell's Wheel! Get out! Rumble!" An ear-piercing hum rang out. It was a semicircle shaped, and its entire body was pitch black like a scimitar. However, it was not a saber. There were many small iron rings on its body. There were a total of 108 of them. Song Qianqing's forehead turned sinister as he said, "Taste what it feels like to be in hell." Hell's Wheel moved. Boom! An explosion sounded in the sky. Darkness covered the skies, trapping the seven within. In their world, hell had descended. Hell wheel. It wasn't just the power of hell. It's a kind of power that's created from hell. With the miniature version of hell, you can try 108 ways of dying inside it. Amongst the 5 treasures, Hell's Wheel was the most brutal of them all. Descent of the Infernal Realm. Li Yuanba's eyes lit up. What kind of place is this? Woo woo woo. Email protected. At the evil spirits cried and screamed, their cries penetrating into one's heart. The surroundings were filled with hellfire, and the death god could not help but feel his heart rise. The man said, "This is hell." Oya asked, "Why are we in hell?" Hell Wheel, could this be the power of the Hell Wheel? Li Yuanba shouted, "Me doesn't care so much. Even if it's hell, I want to turn the world upside down." Giant spirit power. Buzz! The god power burst out, the symbols on his body flashed, and the blade heavily hacked down. "Break for me!" Schwa! An axe chopped through the void. However, there was no reaction at all. Also at this moment, Song Qianqing's silhouette appeared in the darkness, laughing sinisterly. "You want to break into hell? Ha ha ha! You guys can try out 108 different ways of dying. Don't worry, I won't let you die that quickly. Take it slowly, one time after another. I'll let you guys die 108 times, ha ha! To let you know what it feels like to die. Ha ha ha!" As soon as he finished, the world they were in abruptly changed, turning into an enormous sea of fire. Fire. Many people were shocked. The Hell Wheel's power is called hell? This power. Who could resist? The power of a domain treasure? Song Qianqing saw the shock in their eyes and his face revealed extreme pride. He smiled and said, "Qianqian, what do you feel after killing your own friends? It must be great." Within the Hell's Wheel, a body was struggling, frantically struggling, but, no matter how much strength she used, she was unable to break free. With tears streaming down her face, she began to cry out loud with a heart-wrenching pain, "Woo-woo! No way!" Another kind of power from the female blood vein of the 9th heaven. He used his identity as the media to activate the Hell's Wheel. This was the ultimate reason why Song Qianqing had been controlling Song Qianqian. At the same time, Song Qianqing gently moved his finger, pointed at the long army and laughed. "Kill them all!" What's that? What's that? With the 7 King Kongs trapped, the Yuan Long royal city would lose its greatest protection. Flying Fairy Stronger Man flew into the city from behind Song Qianqing and stared at them condescendingly. "They are gods." Long Sanfeng and the others were ant. At this moment, there was no despair in Long Sanfeng's eyes, but instead dense killing intent. "Long army, get ready. Xian explosion pill. Open." Tens of thousands of Long family's blood veins consumed the profound explosion pill and a powerful force surged through every part of their body. Buzz! 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 Powerful rumbling sounds could be heard one after another. Roars of dragons could be heard from within their bodies, as if the primordial energy had been activated. Dragon transformation! Long Sanfeng was the first to cry out, his entire body transforming as bloody dragon scales covered his entire body, and his body also became a super violent dragon that was over 50 meters tall. Roar! He opened his bloody mouth and roared into the sky. The strength stripe situation could be seen as a powerful force crazily exploded outwards, and then, all of the 10,000 Long family disciples turned into dragons as the dragon blood vein began to surge. It was the first time. This was the first time so many people had turned into dragons. The surging dragon aura created a powerful pressure. In that instant, the sky darkened and a powerful beam of light descended from the sky. It directly smashed into the Yuan Long Palace. Next, the heaven and earth were moved. The entire God's martial continent seemed to have been penetrated by this power, as they all trembled. He had no idea what this power was. He had no idea that something like this would happen. Gu Tongtian was incomparably excited as he said, "Dragon Domain! Dragon Domain! Ha ha ha! Unexpectedly, I really didn't expect that the disappeared Dragon Domain was actually still in Nantian region. Ha ha ha! I really didn't expect this. So it turns out that the one in Open Dragon Domain is not the Prophet's son, but the dragon's force of the Long family. Ha ha ha! After waiting for 100 years, he had finally arrived. Gu Tongtian was indescribably excited as the light beam in the sky continued to penetrate the palace, causing the Nantian region to tremble. All of the flying fairy stronger man were incomparably excited. Dragon Domain! The Dragon Domain who held countless secret treasures was finally going to appear. The secret to longevity. Possessing the longevity of a dragon. There were also super spiritual treasures from other realms. All of this was a huge temptation, one that was difficult to resist. Suddenly, a flying fairy stronger man rushed out, releasing an excited smile, and said, "Ha ha ha! I am the first person to enter the Dragon Domain. I am the first person who wants to attain longevity, ha ha ha!" Like a madman, it quickly charged into the huge black hole created by the beam of light. However, in this instant, his body turned into fine powder before it even neared the beam of light. Not even a speck of bone was left behind. He was instantly killed. This power. It was unimaginable for him to be so powerful and be able to kill everything on God's martial continent in an instant. At this moment, a few more flying fairy stronger man flew up. Gu Tongtian did not stop them, but smiled coldly. He needed some of the mice to conduct his experiments, and he needed them to rush forward. This time, the flying fairy stronger man did not fly over, but landed on the ground and walked towards the gigantic black hole. Just like the powerhouse from before, they turned into dust the moment they approached. It had been completely crushed. Gu Tongtian's mind started to work frantically. This kind of power cannot be broken through? That's not right. The activation of Long Family's 10,000 dragons might be in advance to allow Dragon Domain to appear, but only Long Fei can possibly enter Open Dragon Domain. As he thought of this, Gu Tongtian immediately shouted, "City Lord Song, don't worry, they have already reached the Open Dragon Domain. Their mission has been accomplished. It doesn't matter even if we kill them all. What we want now is Long Fei. Everyone, listen up, don't go near the black hole again," Gu Tongtian ordered, his voice furiously roaring as he said, "Long Fei, are you still not going to appear?" Ha ha ha! The Dragon Domain had already been discovered. Gu Tongtian felt that he was only one step away from death. He was excited. Incomparable excitement. Long Sanfeng and the others never thought that they would be able to activate the Dragon Domain, much less that the Dragon Domain was actually hiding in the shadows of the Nantian region. After the Nantian region, they trained with all they had, trying their best to raise their dragon blood activation. This ice and fire provided unparalleled help, because his dragon blood allowed the disciples of the Long family to quickly become stronger, and also allowed them to quickly cultivate to the realm of becoming dragons. Originally, he wanted to use dragon transformation to block Song Qianqing, but the sudden appearance of that shocking beam of light caused a huge black hole to appear in the royal capital. The place that the black hole led to was the Dragon Domain. Even in his dreams, Long Sanfeng had never thought that he would help Gu Tongtian. Long Sanfeng raised his head to look at the flying fairy stronger man in the sky, lowered his footsteps and roared loudly, "Fight it out with them!" Boom! The power of the tyrant dragon emerged from Long Sanfeng's body and swept out its claws. Tens of thousands of dragons shot out at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. At this moment, Gu Tongtian slightly curled the corner of his mouth and said, Besides Long Fei's woman, kill everyone else. As soon as he finished, behind him, dozens of flying fairy stronger men-s rushed down. A mad slaughter began. Within the Hell's Wheel. Li Yuanba's entire body was scarlet red, and his eyes were filled with streaks of blood. He roared out madly, and the giant spirit axe in his hands also continued to hack at it. Their strength was completely lacking. He couldn't break this Hell's Wheel at all. At this moment, they were in the depths of a huge frying pan. An indescribable pain. They were more worried about Long Sanfeng and the others than the pain they were feeling. Rumble! Rumble! Yuan Long City was in a mess, and the Long army was instantly washed away. This time, the ones who were impulsive were the flying fairy stronger man. They were just at a different level from each other. They were too weak. The most important thing was that the primal energies within their bodies were only activated and did not fully erupt. Gu Tongtian laughed loudly, ha ha. After today, there will no longer be a Nantian region, and there will no longer be a clan like the Long family, haha. Long Fei, how can you fight against me? What are you going to use to fight me now? All of your powers are in my hands. You no longer have the qualifications to fight me. Gu Tongtian laughed proudly. Long Fei's nest was almost over. Was there still any qualifications to fight him? Looking at the battle in the Yuan Long city, Gu Tongtian had a face full of complacency. At this moment, within the Hell's Wheel, Long Zhanting's figure appeared, and he faintly said, "Follow behind me, I'll bring you out." At the same time, a massive fiery cloud appeared in the sky. Fire essence filled the sky as it crazily burned. An elder suddenly asked, "Why is there the aura of the outer space palace?" An elder turned his head to look at the gigantic fire cloud and asked, "What's that?" Chapter 1090, I'll kill him. Chapter 1090, I'll kill him. Fire clouds covered the sky. It was burning crazily. The scene was like the apocalypse, an unimaginable shock. Within the sky patrol ship, the 46 dragon patriarchs were incomparably excited, but at the same time incomparably nervous and worried. Green Dragon Ancestor said, "Boss, the dark side of the dragon domain has opened. There isn't enough energy to open it, and time is running out too quickly. It's extremely dangerous right now." And, Sea Dragon King anxiously said, "Furthermore, quickly say what it is." They were too excited. What did it mean to have the dragon domain open? This meant that they could truly return and gain power that belonged to them. For the past 6 million years, they had been missing the dragon domain and their formidable strength. Now it was close at hand. Green Dragon Ancestor said, "Furthermore, as long as the light beam is over, if you still aren't able to completely enter open dragon domain, then dragon domain will collapse and completely disappear from the dark side. It will never open." The faces of all the dragons sank, they were all stunned. Long Fei's heart also tensed up and said, "What do you mean? What do you mean, as long as the light beams end, open dragon domain will not be able to do it?" Long Fei also did not understand. The Green Dragon Ancestor said, "Because the power of 10,000 dragons is lacking and it is more than half a year earlier than expected, the dark side of the dragon domain is extremely unstable and is entirely supported by this beam of light. If the beam of light energy disappears, the dragon domain will completely collapse and whatever it has will disappear." Dragon domain had collapsed, everything inside had disappeared. Moreover, Long Fei's mission could not be completed either. Long Fei frowned and said, "Just tell me what to do." Green Dragon Ancestor said, "We must complete open dragon domain before the light beam ends, or else. Dragon domain has collapsed, Nantian region has collapsed, and the entire God's Martial continent has collapsed as well." Holy *T. Are you talking about a planet exploding? Long Fei finally understood. Green Dragon Ancestor said, "The God's Martial continent plane exploded. Everyone will die. Long Fei exhaled and said. How much time do I have left? Green Dragon Ancestor said. 3 minutes. In that instant, Long Fei moved, controlling the head of the Sky Patrol ship. Smash them to death. Use your fastest speed to kill them. Finished. The Sky Patrol ship increased its speed. Long Fei moved and disappeared. 3 minutes. Time was too short. However, what he needed to do now was not to save the gods' martial continent, as his awareness was not that high. Even if the plane were to explode, he had to save his family members, brothers and women. What's that? Heavens, heaven, outer space palace. Why did they come here? It's about to collide. Gu Tongtian was stupefied. Western Devil Lord was stupefied. The distant Song Qianqing also had a stupefied face. What's going on? His brain could not react at all. Why was Outer Space Palace here? There was no reason at all. Gu Tongtian was stunned. He had been cultivating in the Outer Space Palace for hundreds of years and never knew if the Outer Space Palace could still move. Just when they were shocked, the Sky Patrol ship ruthlessly charged towards them. The speed was simply too fast. Gu Tongtian's face changed greatly as he said, "Quickly retreat." Rumble, rumble, rumble. Those flying fairy stronger man-s, whose reactions were slightly slower by 10 minutes, were all smashed into pieces by the impact. Peak Powerhouse S, those were all dog shit in front of the Sky Patrol ship. It's a Sky Patrol ship. Ding. Ding, ding. A few notifications sounded in Long Fei's mind. His experience soared and shot straight to 95% HP. He was still 5 points away from breaking through the flying fairyland. The Sky Patrol ship crashed into the wall and stopped not far away. And then, it was also at this moment, Long Fei roared, "Gu Tongtian, I will fuck your ancestors." Rumble. A loud sound echoed out. Everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius shook. Long Fei? It's the boss. It's the young master. Big brother Long Fei, you finally made it. Yuner giggled. Bastard, you're finally here. Ha ha ha. The young lord is back. At this moment, Long Army's morale was boosted and his fighting strength was boosted. As soon as Long Fei finished speaking, his right hand suddenly exerted force and shouted, "Gu Tongtian, eat this." Shwa! A black shadow flashed out. Gu Tongtian laughed coldly and said, "Long Fei, is that all you have?" Humph. He moved his body and sent a palm strike forward. Rumble. Gu Tongtian's body was ripped into pieces, and a head flew out. Gu Tongtian's eyes tensed up. Limitless, limitless. The person Long Fei threw out just now was human, Gu Wuji. He was the only descendant of Gu Tongtian in the gods' martial continent. Gu Tongtian raged. His fury ignited crazily as he roared at Long Fei, "Long Fei, I will kill you!" At this moment, Long Fei had already landed within the Yuan Long dynasty. Looking at the huge dragon, he said, "Grandfather, your grandson is unfilial." Yuan Long City was in a complete mess. Countless Long family disciples had died. Long Sanfeng's tears fell profusely as she said, "Xiao Fei, it's not too late, it's not too late at all. It's good that you're here." Long Fei looked at Jojo, the leopard girl, the 3 sisters, Yuan Ling, one brother after another, their friends. Long Fei was incomparably moved by this. At the same time, his fury exploded even more violently than before. Yuner said, "Big brother Long Fei, quickly go and save the fatty big brother and the rest. They are imprisoned inside Hell's Wheel." Long Fei looked at a special weapon floating in the sky. Hell Wheel. Then, he looked at the nearby Song Qianqing, who had a look of despise on his face. At this time, Yuner continued, "Big brother Long Fei, there's still 1,000 big sisters in the Hell's Wheel. If you can't break it or even break it, big sister Qian will also die. Boss, it's too late. 2 more minutes. If you don't save Open Dragon Domain in 2 minutes, everyone will die. You won't be able to save them all by yourself. Boss, the Open Dragon domain is more important. Let's wait for Open Dragon domain to explain everything. Let's put these things to the side first. Boss, there's no time. The dragon ancestor quickly urged. There really was no time. Moreover, one of the essential requirements of the Open Dragon domain, the third level of the dragon domain's heart, had not been opened yet. If the dragon domain was not opened, the entire God's martial continent would have collapsed. Song Qianqing laughed complacently and said, Long Fei, your brothers and women are all inside there, enduring 108 kinds of deaths in hell. Want me to let them go? Kneel down and beg me. Ha ha ha! Song Qianqing smiled proudly. If Long Fei kneeled down to him, then his influence would definitely surpass Gu Tongtian's, and he would become the king of God's martial continent. Long Fei originally wanted to settle the matter with the dragon domain, but, seeing Song Qianqing being so arrogant, looking at the golden light enveloping his body, he was unhappy. Grandfather, you lead everyone to the black hole first. Everyone, go. Long Sanfeng asked, What about you? Long Fei smirked, stared at Song Qianqing and laughed coldly. I'm going to blow him up. Chapter 1091 Now it's your turn. Chapter 1091 Now it's your turn. Long Zhanting had said it before. There must be a reason behind letting him bring the disciples of the Long family into the dragon domain. However, not just the Long family disciples, Long Fei wanted to bring all his friends, brothers, and women into the dragon domain. Grandfather, all of you hurry over. You'll be here soon. After Long Fei finished his sentence, he stared at the face of Song Qianqing, who deserved a beating, and said, I will explode today. You have the same surname as me. Song Qianqing laughed coldly. Long Fei, if I don't beat you down and make you kneel in front of me today, I will change my surname to yours. His cultivation wasn't low. During this year, when he was cultivating in Outer Space Palace, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. It could be said that even a 9th-level flying immortal powerhouse was no match for him. Long Fei? He didn't care that the flying immortal was not even a first rank. Long Sanfeng did not hesitate and shouted loudly, Long family disciples, listen to me, follow me. Long Sanfeng quickly rushed towards the direction of the Imperial Palace's black hole. The Long family disciples followed closely behind. Jojo, the leopard girl, and the others wanted to say something to Long Fei, but they could only endure their words and quickly followed Long Sanfeng towards the palace. In their hearts they were all slightly worried and prayed, Long Fei, you must be safe. Seeing the disciples of the Long family rushing towards the black hole, Gu Tongtian frowned and thought, it seems like Long Fei has a plan for the Open Dragon domain. And then, Gu Tongtian immediately gave the order and said, chase after him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A group of flying fairy stronger man chased after him. But, in that instant, Long Fei's aura spread out to the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Bang. One after another, the flying fairy stronger man-s were blocked, the corners of their mouths raised, as they stared at Gu Tongtian, who was in the air, and sneered. You want to pass by here? Unless you can step over my dead body. Dozens of flying fairy stronger man were blocked by Long Fei. Gu Tongtian's eyes turned sinister as he laughed coldly. You want to step over your dead body? Heh heh. Long Fei, your pathetic life still has some uses. We won't kill you, but a broken hand, a broken leg, or something like that should not affect your Open Dragon domain, right? Gu Tongtian said with a look of contempt. Had been crushed by Long Fei last year. This year was different. The entire God's martial continent was here. Long Fei was fighting with the entire God's martial continent. He did not have the strength to do so. Furthermore, Gu Tongtian was very clear in his heart that compared to last year, he had become much stronger, a lot, to the point where he was not afraid of anyone. As soon as he finished Gu Tongtian squinted and said coldly, "Do it!" Boom! Without waiting for Gu Tongtian to finish speaking, Long Fei's figure suddenly thrusted forward. The power of chaos was activated and the Super Saiyan mode was activated. He then chopped down with his palm at a flying fairy stronger man, rumble. With a huge sound, a few 100 million points of damage floated above the powerhouse's head. Instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei. The system beep rang. Long Fei did not stop. He turned his body and hugged his fists, and before the flying fairy stronger man could react, he jumped up heavily and punched towards the head of a flying fairy stronger man, rumble. His sea of consciousness ruptured and his mind was destroyed. Another instant kill. Ding. The system sounded out yet again. Fuck, who else? Is the flying fairyland awesome? Amazing, right? What they said, let lousy be smug again. Long Fei roared. With the fusion of chaotic force and his super strength, what difference did it make if his HP reached a few 100 million? Just like before. Gu Tongtian's eyes turned sinister and laughed coldly. Seems like your cultivation has improved a bit this past year, but you're still not that strong. So what if it's just this little bit of progress? Long Fei, you're too weak. Ha ha! Let's attack together. Just as Gu Tongtian was speaking, a surge of energy struck down like a thunderbolt. Light array. Buzz! Rays of light suddenly fell, forming a powerful net of energy, trapping all the energy in Long Fei's body. A dozen or so flying fairyland powerhouses instantly attacked. This was a formation of a higher grade than the divine light array. There was only one way to break this type of array: crush it. Buzz. Long Fei clenched the beam of light with both of his hands, as dense energy continuously surged out. Seal my strength? Gu Tongtian, you think you are qualified? Level 10 unparalleled, open it for me. Buzz. With his strength lowered, all the god power in his arms erupted and directly broke apart the two beams of light. Long Fei's right hand clenched, and the dragon salyer dropped down. He turned around and slashed. Killing God Chop. Chaotic force surged, and the dark energy blade of the dragon salyer chopped down with a strong devouring force. Rumble. The light array shattered. Long Fei took a step forward, grabbing one of the flying fairy stronger man's. He punched him. After being sent flying. Once the dragon salyer was kept, they summoned the Pan-Gu axe. With a swoosh sound, a drop of black blood essence floated above the bodies of the powerhouse S. Boom! Boom! Continuously attacking, in a short half a minute, flying fairy stronger man who had charged up had 5 drops of black blood essence hanging from his body. Inflicts bleed damage. Blood was falling rapidly above their heads. Moreover, it also triggered a powerful attack at this moment. Nox Zassa's guillotine. Long Fei moved. He leaped up high and slashed at one of the flying fairy stronger man's. Gotcha! F. With its head cut off, its body was split in half, and after a miserable scream came a system beep. After dying, the skill's cooldown was restored. Crack! Without saying anything further, he leapt up and slashed again. Ah! The system beeped once again. Once again leaping up, the Pan-Gu axe slashed down ferociously. F. Crack! Ding! It was just like the rhythm of a battle. With the axe in hand, a head flew off and a system announcement rang out. The skill had finished its cooldown. Another axe strike followed. Crack! He began to soar in the air with amazing rhythm. In 10 seconds, 10 flying fairy stronger man's were killed. The experience points prompt reached 99. 99%, and all one had to do was kill one of them to level up. Then he could break through the flying fairyland. At this time, 1 minute passed, and only 1 minute remained. Green Dragon Ancestor, Black Dragon Ancestor, Sea Dragon King and the others were extremely nervous, But they did not rush Long Fei. Instead, he waited quietly. Long Fei checked his experience slot and smiled slightly. He stared at Dark Domain Lord Song Qianqing, who was not far away, and said, "Song Qianqing, it's your turn now. Bring it on. Let me blow you up." As soon as he finished, Long Fei rushed forward. The corners of Song Qianqing's eyes turned cold, and the hell's wheel in the air started to move as well. Brat die. Chapter 10:92 10 seconds remaining. Chapter 10:92 10 seconds remaining. The power of a level 8 flying immortal burst out. Idea controlled the Hell Wheel and used it to block in front of her. Hell Wheel cannot be destroyed. Once it was destroyed, his brotherhood would instantly die within. This was Long Fei's weakness. Song Qianqing laughed complacently. "Long Fei, if you have the guts, break the Hell's Wheel. Ha ha. Your brother will die in there too. Ha ha ha." See through Long Fei. His weakness was his brothers and family. As long as he caught them, Long Fei would definitely not dare to act rashly. When Hell's Wheel was in front of him, Long Fei frowned. "You are really despicable." Ha ha ha. Despicable? What was despicable? Only the weak would say those two words. Song Qianqing laughed complacently. There was no other way he could do it. The hand Song Qianqing placed on his back condensed a ray of dark energy. His strength sank. After bombarding the Hell Wheel with a single move, he smiled sinisterly. "Hell's 10,000 arts, Ashura." Buzz! A dark energy pierced through the Hell Wheel, and an incomparably powerful shadow rushed out from it. It was a huge devil. He struck his palm towards Long Fei. Boom! Long Fei's body sunk, heavily smashing into the ground, the blood in his chest tumbling uncontrollably as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ashura? Then let's see whose Ashura is fiercer." Boom! With one leap, he landed in midair. The sky-burning dragon gun in his left hand, the dragon salure in his right, and a pan-gu axe in his mouth. His body was burning with flames. White steam rose continuously. His eyes were dark and gloomy like a demon's. He was incomparably domineering. In this instant, Long Fei's low voice sounded out, "Nine Knives Force, Ashura." Ghost! Schwa! His figure suddenly disappeared. Then, with a thought, the shadow of the Ashura rushed out from the Hell's Wheel. His body fell and the shadow of the Ashura behind him shattered into 1,800 pieces. He vanished into nothingness. Long Fei raised his eyes, staring at the distant Song Qianqing. His body moved once again. Super Saiyan. He's unparalleled at level 10. Long Fei's strength changed once again. The attribute power of 1024 was released. Tyrant's might. Long Fei's gaze shook. One. An incomparably sharp gaze shot out, and the incomparably powerful strength instantly crushed everything in its path. It was just like a domineering aura as it rumbled through the air, causing an explosive sound. Boom! Song Qianqing, who was at the 8th stage of the flying immortal stage, was almost unable to resist it. His body sank. His head felt incredibly heavy, and he felt dizzy. This time was very short, but to a powerhouse this was an extremely fatal blow, no matter how short it was. In this instant, Song Qianqing looked up and stood in front of him. His mind trembled. The idea instantly controlled Hell's Wheel and shouted, "Long Fei, if you dare touch me!" Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei roared, "The one I am touching is you." 3 weapons moved at the same time. Lion Elegy! In the air, 3 incomparably strong energies explosively shot out, and Long Fei's body moved. Poochie! Over 300 million damage floated up above Song Qianqing, but his HP reached 8 billion, so this 300 million damage was nothing to him. However, while he's sick, take his life. Long Fei would definitely not give him a chance to catch his breath. The moment Song Qianqing spat out a mouthful of blood, Both of his fists exploded with superpower. Boom, boom, boom. His fists were like a storm. Berserk critical strike. Ah! Long Fei roared, his fists dancing wildly, hitting Song Qianqing until he kept spitting out blood. Every time he punched, it would cost him tens of millions or hundreds of millions of damage. The amount of blood on top of Song Qianqing's head was decreasing. Heaven! Western Devil Lord, Gu Tongtian, the three of them had all fought with Long Fei before, and that was 1 year ago. Compared to a year ago, the current Long Fei could only be described with one word: terrifying. Too terrifying. Song Qianqing, who was at the 8th stage of the Flying Immortal stage, had completely lost the ability to resist. If this continued, he would be killed off by Long Fei in less than half a minute. Not even that. They thought of themselves. This was what truly frightened them. Could they bear it? Outside of Gu Tongtian, both Heaven and the Western Devil Lord had a cold look in their eyes. Obviously, they couldn't take it. In this past year, Long Fei had another fortuitous encounter. In the chaos of time and space, one had to endure pain that normal people could not withstand. They had to use the power of chaos to force themselves to fuse with the power of chaos. Only a madman would do such a crazy thing. Boom, boom, boom. As his fist landed on the flesh, blood spurted out from his fist. Brother Gu, should we make a move? Heaven asked. After all, they were still in an alliance. It wouldn't be good to watch Song Qianqing die like this, right? Western Devil Lord also looked at Gu Tongtian. The two of them were afraid because they were worried that they would become the second Song Qianqing. If they were to attack together, they would definitely be able to heavily injure Long Fei. Gu Tongtian slightly smiled and said, "Isn't it better if we split the Dragon Domain's secret treasures with one less person?" Heaven and Western Devil Lord were stunned at the same time. Seeing the look in Gu Tongtian's eyes, he was filled with confidence, and did not place Long Fei in his eyes at all. Gu Tongtian laughed and said, "Don't worry, Long Fei won't be skipping for long. I have absolute confidence that I can cripple him." Confidence. Strong confidence. 1 year ago, he might still be worried about Long Fei becoming stronger, but now, even if Long Fei became stronger, she would still not be his match. Because he had grasped the power of one slash, a power that could crush anyone in God's martial continent. As long as he had this power, a mere Long Fei would not even need to put him in his eyes. One had to know. This was a outer space powerhouse, a divine-level power given to him by a divine-level powerhouse. Thus, Gu Tongtian didn't have any intention to attack. Song Qianqing was blown into a human shape, but he did not give up. His idea was still continuously controlling the Hell Wheel, controlling it the moment his body landed on the ground. Ah! His body suddenly turned into a ball of black fog. Boom! Suddenly, the black mist condensed. Song Qianqing gasped for breath. His face was pale white. His entire body was covered in blood, holding onto Hell's Wheel tightly. He stared at Long Fei and shouted angrily, "Come again! Come again! Long Fei, you son of a bitch, come and touch me again!" Both of his hands held tightly onto Hell's Wheel. As long as Long Fei dared to move, he would destroy it. Song Qianqing said, "Your 7 King Kongs are all inside, your woman Song Qianqian is also inside. The moment my idea moves, the Hell's Wheel will shatter. Aren't you arrogant? Come on. You actually dared to attack me." The anger in his heart was venting. Long Fei stared at Song Qianqing, the killing intent in his eyes becoming even stronger. Green Dragon Ancestor reminded him, "Boss, you still have 10 seconds. What should he do?" Chapter 1093 The Eighth King Kong, I Zhu Long. Chapter 1093 The Eighth King Kong, I Zhu Long. 10 seconds. In an instant, there were brothers on one side and all the brothers on the other. Long Fei didn't even want to give up. However, he had to make a choice now. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, the joints on his body popping out. Looking at the amount of blood on Song Qianqing's head, Long Fei thought to himself, he still can't kill him in one hit. If they couldn't kill him in one hit, then Li Yuanba and the others would fall into a death trap. Long Fei would never take his brother's life as a joke, no matter what. Green Dragon Ancestor said again, "Boss, let's go to Dragon Domain first, they will be fine." The time was almost up. If he did not make it to open Dragon Domain soon, the Dragon Domain would collapse, the entire Gods' Martial Continent would collapse, and in the end, the entire plane of the Gods' Martial Continent would collapse. Song Qianqing laughed complacently, ha ha ha. Long Fei, you have only touched me now, ha ha. Why aren't we moving? F***CK. Is a dog like you worthy to fight with me? Hit me? Now, let's fight one more time. You're so awesome, let's fight one more time? Song Qianqing was extremely angry. Long Fei's gaze was gloomy, and his heart was filled with anger. Gu Tongtian moved through the air and floated above Song Qianqing's head. Staring at Long Fei, who was on the ground, he sneered. Long Fei, you still have a chance to choose right now. Be good and listen to me. Otherwise, everyone in Yuan Long Dynasty will die. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Numerous flying fairy stronger man descended and stood behind Song Qianqing. Their eyes were ice-cold and filled with contempt as they stared at Long Fei. In the distance, Long Sanfeng and the others had already arrived, and they were extremely worried. Young Master! Long Fei! All the girls started to worry for Long Fei, and started to silently pray. Everyone was worried for Long Fei. The current Long Fei was simply too difficult. He did not want to give up on anyone, especially his 7 King Kongs. It was impossible for him to abandon them, even if the world were to be destroyed. Song Qianqing laughed out loud and said, "Be obedient, be as obedient as a dog, understand? Ha ha! Ha ha!" The flying fairy stronger man behind him all started to laugh loudly. He mocked and despised them. None of them knew that the Gods' Martial Continent was about to collapse, that the entire plane was about to explode. They did not know that Long Fei was the only one who could save them. Long Fei looked at the mockery on their faces, and when he saw the looks of contempt on all of their faces, he sneered and said, "You like to ridicule others? Then go to hell together." At this moment, Long Fei made a decision: she would not save him. He wanted to be tough. What God's Martial Continent, what saving a plane, what the hell did that have to do with him? Long Fei's awareness was not that high. In the face of a life and death situation with his brothers, what point did he have in giving up his brothers and saving tens of billions of people? Especially their ridicule against the nerve in Long Fei's heart. If you like to laugh, then go to hell. Suddenly, Long Fei's gaze was tinged with killing intent as his blood surged. He locked onto Song Qianqing and said, "You don't dare to touch me, right? I'll take a look at each of them." Song Qianqing frowned, feeling the killing intent coming out of Long Fei's body. He became nervous. "Long Fei, what are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill them all?" At this moment, a manic voice sounded, "Kill me? I'm going to kill you." Li Yuanba's voice. The Hell's Wheel moved, Li Yuanba's golden body rushed out with the 7 King Kongs following closely behind. You all! You all! Song Qianqing's eyes bulged out, his pupils flickered. He could not believe that they would be able to come out. The Hell's Wheel's power was too strong, no one could endure the pain of 101 death. But, even in his wildest dreams, Song Qianqing would never have thought that Long Zhanting could enter the Hell's Wheel. You know, he was someone who signed a contract with the Death God. There was no Deathland that he couldn't go to. Kill. Suddenly, 7 King Kongs moved in unison. Long Fei saw a ray of hope. Boom. Boom! Song Qianqing's entire body was bound by the 7 King Kongs. Long Fei grinned and laughed wildly, saying, "Ha ha ha, Song Qianqing, go and die." Song Qianqing's eyes trembled. No, no. Don't kill me. I am Song Qianshan's father, you cannot kill me. Brother Gu, save me. Master of Magic Tribe, save me. No one saved him. Long Fei rushed over from afar, kicked Song Qiansheng's lower jaw, and sent him flying into the air, after which he roared loudly, Father, let's go to the Imperial Palace. Yuan Ba, you guys go too. The moment he finished his words, both of Long Fei's arms swelled up and shot out like a cannonball towards Song Qiansheng's chest, blasting him flying in the direction of the Imperial Palace's black hole. This is bad. Long Fei is about to enter the open dragon domain. Western Devil Lord's forehead shook. The expressions of the numerous flying fairy stronger man-s changed. With the opening of the dragon domain at hand, they could not afford to miss out on the opportunity. And then, the flying fairy stronger man-s were out of control and rushed towards the palace. At this moment, the Death Reaper rune on Long Zhanting's body spread out, and with a heavy sound, he said, Nobody can even dream of approaching the Imperial Palace. His right hand turned into a palm, slamming heavily onto the ground. The runes on his body were like spirit channeling techniques, falling onto the ground one by one and forming a huge formation model. When a drop of Long Zhanting's blood essence fell, all the strength in his body increased greatly as he roared towards the sky, Lord Death God, descend. Buzz! A powerful aura of death descended from the sky, exploding at the heart of the formation. Next, a malevolent giant with a black sickle in his hands slowly rose from the ground. Death, the real god of death. With empty eyes, his sinister laughter resounded in the hearts of everyone present. Hee. Long Zhanting, you still have one last wish. I will help you achieve it. The hollow voice of the god of death resounded in the sky. Long Fei stopped in midair. His face sank as he shouted loudly, Father. Long Sanfeng was also stunned. Tinger. Long Zhanhai was also at a loss and muttered, Third brother. Everyone was stunned. Long Zhanting. Mysterious disappearance. The next time he appeared was in this manner. Sign a contract with the Grim Reaper. Long Sanfeng's heart ached. Oh God, why did you do this to my Long family, to us? Long Zhanting looked at the direction of the palace and smiled, saying, Father, your son is unfilial, I am sorry. Long Fei. We will depend on you to get the Long family together. Father, I trust you. You will definitely succeed. Long Zhanting laughed and said, Lord Death God, let's begin. At this moment, Li Yuanba and the rest of the 7 did not leave as well. They had to buy more time for Long Fei. In that instant, Long Fei's Arhat King Kong was out of his control as he broke through the void. A monk carrying a broken fan on his back and dressed like a beggar landed on the ground. I'm Descending Dragon. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.